the call lines and you're not getting through to them, you can also send them a WhatsApp message on 020-4833-556. 020-4833-556. Please do not call this number. Just send a message with your location and your consent, and you'll be reached out to.
So that's WhatsApp only. That's WhatsApp only. As for the call numbers, the two are on your screens now. So please pick them up and call NADMO in case you are in need of any emergency assistance. The situation doesn't look like it is getting any better yet. We still have our men on the ground who are gauging the various areas that we've reported on so far, and we'll bring you up to speed regarding whether there's been improvements or otherwise. But the caution remains same. Please stay safe wherever it is that you find yourself. If you are home and the water level in your home is rising, please find you a safe spot and don't stay in the rainwaters, because we never know what danger might be hidden in that water. The Minister for Energy announced to us the temporary shutdown of the Malam substation. Eventually, the Ghana Grid Company, that's GridCo, and the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, issued a joint statement announcing the shutdown of the Malam and Achimota substations. Rising water levels do not make it safe to continue keeping the substations operational or on, and for which reason the ECG and GridCo have shut down temporarily the Achimota station or substation, as well as the Malam substation. Now we know that whenever there's flooding, it comes with its own challenges. One has to do with the traffic situation, so we'll be gauging that as well. Hopefully, most people did not come out into town, and so there should be an improved situation as the day rolls by. But we're hoping that people are safe, more importantly, because that should be the topmost priority, the safety of the Ghanaian citizen in times like these. We understand on the Fanko Road, rising water levels have made it literally impossible for people to commute on the stretch. So please, if for any reason at all you'd have to step out, kindly avoid that stretch. We'll be gauging the Okponglo area as well, where earlier reports suggested an immotorable road due to floodwaters taking over the stretch. So difficulty for those coming from Medina towards 37 and those from 37 towards Medina. You understand the place was choked all the way from Okponglo through to the Spanner Junction area, and then that's been the difficulty on that particular stretch. And in fact, a number of institutions have issued statements, some for their staff, for educational institutions, for both staff and students. There is one post that has, however, caught my attention, and this is coming from the former Greater Accra Regional Minister, Henry Quartey. So I read that post, and then I'll have Fred do a number of, advisories and communications that have come from the various institutions. Henry Quartey writes, and he says, the corridor stretching through Airport Residential, Jowulu, Alajo, the Odo River Basin, and extending to Awudome, State Transport, Rana Motors, Pepsi Cola, and the surrounding areas experienced a remarkable reduction in flooding following the successful relocation of the onion traders from Agbogloshi. As the then Greater Accra Regional Minister and Chairman of the Regional Security Council, RECSEC, with the support of the national security apparatus and the full authorization and backing of Jubilee House under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I led the historic relocation of the onion traders from Agbogbloshie to Ajeng, Kotoku, and Domenase. This exercise formed part of a comprehensive strategy to restore order, protect critical waterways, improve drainage infrastructure, and mitigate the perennial flooding that had plagued these communities for decades. The positive impact of this intervention was evident. Communities that had historically suffered severe flooding experienced a significant reduction in flood incidents, demonstrating that decisive leadership backed by careful planning and effective enforcement can deliver meaningful and lasting solutions. Now, following the change in government, however, enforcement of the relocation was relaxed, leading to the gradual return of traders to Agbogbloshie. In my considered view, political considerations influenced that decision. Unfortunately, the consequences have become increasingly apparent. Flooding must no longer be regarded merely as an environmental or seasonal challenge. It is fundamentally a national security issue. The recurring loss of lives, destruction of property, displacement of families, disruption of economic activity, and the public health risk associated with flooding constitute serious threats to national stability and public safety. Addressing this challenge requires bold, courageous, deliberate, and decisive leadership. Strict enforcement of planning regulations, the protection of waterways and floodplains, the removal of unauthorized structures obstructing drainage channels, and the relocation of activities that impede the free flow of stormwater must become integral components of Ghana's national security strategy. If we are genuinely committed to safeguarding lives, protecting property, and building resilient communities, we must be prepared to make difficult but necessary decisions in overriding national interest, irrespective of political considerations. Prevention will always be more effective, less costly, and far more humane than responding to avoidable disasters after lives and livelihoods have already been lost. I made these observations and predictions in numerous media interviews during my tenure, explaining the rationale behind these difficult but necessary actions. I encourage the media to revisit those interviews as they provide important context to the issues we continue to confront today. Oh, Ghana, how did we get here? And this is from Henry Quartey, the former Greater Accra Regional Minister.
We'll go to other notices by the schools and tertiary institutions. We'll start with the Ghana School of Law, which says or has updated its students on the ongoing examination. So it says, further to earlier notice issued this morning regarding the heavy rains and flooding affecting parts of Accra, management has been instructed by the chair of the Independent Examinations Committee to inform all students that the alternative dispute resolution and Ghana Legal System examinations scheduled for today, Monday, 29th June 2026, have been rescheduled. The examinations have been rescheduled as follows. Date, Tuesday, 30th June 2026, time 12 p.m. Venue remains the same. Any inconvenience occasioned by this decision is deeply regretted. We appreciate your understanding, patience, and cooperation. The decision has been taken in the interest of the safety and well-being of all stakeholders. So this is from the Ghana School of Law. We go to the University of Ghana, and this is a first release, a notice, an agent's notice to students.
Right.
It says, due to heavy storms and flooding across Accra this morning, stay indoors wherever you are now, in your hall or at home or current location. Do not attempt to come for lectures or travel until the rains and flooding subside. All lectures are suspended until the situation improves. Keep safe. This is from the Academic Affairs Directorate. Then we have one from the Human Resources Directorate.
Yeah.
It says, urgent staff notice, rain and flooding safety alert. In light of the ongoing heavy rains and reports of flooding in several areas, the safety and well-being of all staff remain our top priority. We strongly advise that all staff remain where they are Please do not attempt to leave since the roads are flooded and may put you at risk. Supervisors are requested to check on their teams and to ensure each team member is safe, provide guidance to staff who may be affected, encourage calm and adherence to safety protocols. Staff are encouraged to stay indoors and avoid moving through floodwaters, keep in contact with supervisors or team leads, monitor updates from relevant authorities and the university. Further guidance will be provided as conditions evolve. In the meantime, please prioritize your personal safety and support one another where possible. If you require urgent assistance, kindly reach out through the established internal emergency contacts. This is from the Human Resources Department of the University of Ghana. Then the University of Professional Studies says the University of Professional Studies Accra wishes to inform all staff, faculty, students, and members of the university community that due to the persistent heavy rainfall and widespread flooding across several parts of Accra, safety remains our utmost priority. Accordingly, all staff and faculty who have not yet departed for campus are advised to remain at home today until conditions improve. Members of the university communities are urged to avoid flooded roads and other high-risk areas, exercise extreme caution, and stay informed through official university communications channels. UPSA remains committed to the safety and well-being of its community and would provide further updates as the situation improves.
Very well. Let's speak to Dr. Ignatius Kweku Williams. He's the Deputy Director General in charge of operations for the Ghana Meteorological Agency, GMET. Doc, good afternoon and thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon.
Doc, I want to be an Oliver Twist and hope and wish that you have some device that can stop the rains. Do you have anything as such?
Unfortunately, we are not at the position.
Are we going to see more rains today?
Yes, what we already forecasted with us the intermittent rain for the rest of the day. And what I mean by that is that we're going to see it increase a bit, and from time to time it's going to go down. So it's going to be between slight and moderate rainfall for the rest leading up to the afternoon into the evening. And based on that, if we are seeing anything extra, I'm sure we'll be updating the public also. But this is what we are expecting to see for the rest of the day over the coastal parts of the Greater Accra and the Volta region, because the system is still moving through these parts of the country, making its way towards the central and then the western region. So they are also expecting to see what we've already experienced as the system moves to westward. But however, inland over the forest areas, especially in areas around the eastern parts of the region and also the Ashanti region, there are some thunderstorm activities which are propagating inland. So we expect to see a bit more intense rainfall in those sites as compared to the coastal areas.
What sort of systems are we experiencing?
So these are naturally what we are during this particular area. Normally collective rainfall coming and flows in moving west, more
Hello, Doc.
So drift sorry.
Sorry, I lost you momentarily. If you can take us through the systems we're experiencing again.
Oh, it's off the moist coming in. System from the
Doc, we seem to be having some challenges with the line. Let's rework the lines and get Dr. Ignatius Kweku Williams back so we can have a clearer conversation and understand what it is that really we have to deal with. Dr. Ignatius Kweku Williams is the Deputy Director General in charge of operations at the Ghana Meteorological Agency, GMET. And we're trying to understand the systems, where they are formed, where they are traveling from, and how much rains they are going to be unleashing on us, even as the situation in Accra is still being monitored closely by the authorities, the emergency response agencies, and the like. I'm still here with Fred Tete Jabano. We've been bringing you extensive coverage of the flooding situation in Accra all the way from morning up until now. And we want to look at the weather. Then we'll deal with the disaster response and the management. And then, of course, we'll look at the situation within your area, how it is panning out, and, of course, whether or not it is getting better or otherwise. We have more statements.
Yes, some updates. So
very well.
People applying the East Legon area, which specifically the Lagos Avenue area, are being urged to be careful. We are told that there are 4 trees which have fallen on that stretch.
Trees.
As we speak, the MP for the area, John Dumelo, and some other emergency response people, officers, are on the stretch trying to clear the trees off the road. So if you're applying the East Legon, Lagos Avenue area, please be very careful and know that there are some trees which have fallen and they are being dealt with. So drive carefully on the East Legon stretch. And whilst you are driving carefully on the East Legon stretch, also take note that there are certain parts of Accra which also have been inundated with water, and you need to be very careful.
Sure.
So you have the Ashaiman main station, you have Malam, you have Kokroko Malam, you have Apollonia Junction near Afenia, you have Israel Nava, you have Kotobabi down, Atani Park area, leading to the Aveno area. Then you have the Weja Kaswa Road, some sections of the N1, you have the Fiesta Royale area, you have the Ghana Standards Authority area, the stretch towards Shiashi. You have the Atomic Roundabout. You have Legon Gempa Bypass near the New Law School. You have Alajo, there's Teshi and the Teshi Bush Road, Chado Roundabout to Teshi Cave, and Chado itself, and parts of Chado. You have the Alogboshi. You have Taifa Junction overhead on the Achimota in Sawan Room. Then you have Spintex Polo Grounds. And when you are at the western part of Accra, headed towards the Kaswa area, you would have to also be very careful, because we are told that Peace Town, Dokuche-Kope, Iron City, Obom Road, in Sonano at the Gan South area, Kakraba down, Central Kaswa, Block Factory, Nyanyano Kev, Gao Line, and Awutu Senya, the Municipal Assembly area is also flooded. Please take note and make sure that you are safe. As the advice has been going on since morning, if you have nowhere going, just stay home. Even if you have somewhere going, you can't put your life ahead of wherever you're going.
True.
Please stay safe, stay home till the emergency and rescue workers could tell you that you can move out. But for now, be safe wherever you are, stay indoors whilst emergency services work to restore and get back our lives to normal.
Indeed, it's quite important that we adhere to these advices, warnings, and of course cautionary statements that have been released from the government, from agencies of the government, and of course within our various localities. We should all pay attention to these and adhere to same. We're working to bring you back Dr. Ignatius Kweku Williams. He's the Deputy Director in charge of operations, Deputy Director General in charge of operations at the Ghana Meteorological Agency. But while we are working the lines to bring him back, let me bring you this urgent alert. Is on the, it's a Weja Dam spillway notice, and it's from the NADMO in Weja Gbawe. NADMO in Weja Gbawe. And it says, NADMO Weja Gbawe is appealing to all residents living along the Weja Dam spillway to move to higher grounds. And it says, it titles the second paragraph, What's Happening? Then it goes ahead to number it, and so 1. Heavy inflows from the Nsawam area into Weja Dam Reservoir is threatening to exceed the maximum level. 2. The management of the dam is spilling the excess water to protect the integrity of the dam. 3 spill gates are opened at 30 inches each, spilling at high intensity. 3. Communities downstream Wager Dam are likely to be inundated. Now, what to do now? And again, a bullet it. So 1, residents must leave low areas immediately. Don't wait to see the water. Move to higher ground. 2, alert neighbors, especially the elderly, children, and those without phones. Knock on doors. 3, carry essentials only. IDs, medicines, phone, charger, small cash, key documents in waterproof bag. And then 4, avoid crossing flood waters. And here's where the danger is. 6 inches of water can knock you down. 2 feet of water can carry a car. So we need to pay particular attention to this. 6 inches of water can knock you down, and 2 feet can carry a car. And it goes ahead to give some contacts to NADMO in Wejagbawe. NADMO in Wejagbawe. So you can call the helpline 112, or you can call the office line 0302 964 884, 0302 964 884, or you can call the director of the local NADMO office, that's the Wejagbawe director, on 0244 429315, 0244 429315, or 0244 480355. Now, these are some key areas that are likely to be affected. So if you live around Tetegu, Wager, SCC, Old Barrier, Oblogo, Malam Junction, Aplaku, Botiano, parts of Sampa, and other communities downstream the dam, please move now. Please move now. So that's how serious the issue is. Once the dam is being spilled, it adds to the already worsening situation in these areas. And so it's important that if you are able to, you move out of that area for your own safety, So
very worrying scenes and
Indeed.
news coming from
Indeed.
there. There's some updates from Chado, which says that about 15 children and a month-old baby have been rescued with boats at Chado. So we told you already that Chado is one of the most affected areas. If I say parts of Chado is one of the most affected areas with regards to today's floods. And 15 people, children have been rescued, and 1 month's child, baby, has also been rescued. Whilst this was ongoing, we had the government and its spokesperson also issuing out some notices. The government issued 2 notices. One was on a safety alert. So the Minister for Government Communications issued a statement or issued a notice saying, with long hours of continuous rain, several areas are experiencing severe flooding. Do stay indoors if you are in a safe location. Do not attempt to cross flooded roads, whether on foot or in a vehicle. If your home is being inundated, move to higher ground immediately, or call 112 or 0302 964 884 or 0209 191 3077. It further issued another statement, this time advising employers on what to do. It says, given the sustained downpour and traffic disruptions, we advise employers to allow staff to stay work, to staff to work at home if possible. Safety of life precede work duties.
Right.
So these are some of the updates which have been coming also from the government spokesperson, Felix Kwachilfosu.
Right. We understand some rescue operations are still underway. In Adabraka, people are being rescued via boat as well. Fred just mentioned that of Chado. But let's go back on the phone. Oh, no, this time via Zoom. Dr. Ignatius Kweku-Williams is back, and he's joined us this time via Zoom. He's the Deputy Director General in charge of operations at GMET. And Doc, thank you. Earlier, I was trying to find out from you what systems we are experiencing and what it means for us as a people, even as we continue to navigate the devastation caused by the floods.
Thank you very much once again, and I hope I'm audible this time round.
Very well so. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this is something that was emanating from the edge of the Togo-Benin border and then moved eastwards during the early hours of this morning. And then we've been doing extensive monitoring and giving updates on social media and all our platforms, and also liaising with other sister organizations to be able to have an idea of what to be able to expect. As we've seen already, we've been having this rainfall. I mean, some areas even started experiencing rainfall as early as 11 p.m. Yesterday, and started reporting some of these activities. And we've been looking forward that since morning, we've been granting interviews and also alerting the general public that this isn't something that is over yet, because we are still going to be seeing some sort of intermittent rainfall as the system progressively moves towards the southwestern part of Ghana. However, that is not to say that the rest of the country should not be experiencing some amount of rainfall. There's also a thunderstorm system also moving westwards again from parts of the Volta Eastern region into the Ashanti region, and is covering parts of northern parts of the central region as well. So there should be some thunderstorm activity in parts of the Ashanti region, Eastern region, and the northern parts of the central region as well. And during most of the day, as the rainfall, the rain clouds also begin to continue to drift westwards, we should see a bit more activity from the western to the central region as well.
What really accounts for this type of system buildup? I'm asking because of the long period of rainfall that we've experienced over the weekend and even up till today.
It's generally just convective rainfall. There's a lot of moisture that is available in the atmosphere this time round of the year, because the ITB has moved a bit northwards, and so you have a lot of the moist winds coming inland towards inland.
Doc, sorry not to cut you, but kindly speak to us as laymen. ITB.
Okay, so I mean, you did ask a technical question, so that is where we are moving towards. That's why I was explaining that around this time of the year, you have your I think in social studies we had our southwest winds and our northeast trade winds, and at the place of convergence where these two winds meet, that is our ITB. So the positioning is what determines whether you're having more influx of the moisture-laden winds, and this is what will contribute to rainfall moving inland and determining whether you're having your rainy season or you are having your harmattan, which is moving from north to the south.
We did not experience the harmattan in December, yet the rains are here and punishing us as though we have committed any crime against it. Is it that the failure of the harmattan to come has cumulated in the intensity of the rains we are witnessing?
I mean, normally there are signals to a preceding season, and this was what we expected when we issued our seasonal forecast as far back as February this year. And I also want to appreciate the role of Channel One TV to be able to even amplify some of this information when we were there in March to launch our Meteorological Awareness Month. And most of our Meteorological Awareness Month was centered around creating this awareness of the impending rainy season and how we expected to see above normal rainfall in parts of the country this year. And that's exactly what we are seeing with what we predicted for the outlook for this year, especially in the May, June, July window.
Well, we've had reports of flooding in neighboring Côte d'Ivoire. We understand places in Abidjan are also flooded. Is it the same system that's operating there as well?
Naturally, you can have isolated systems that are moving inland from the marine space. This is not the same system. These are two different systems because, like I indicated earlier, we had our system which was moving in from parts of Benin and Togo into the coastal regions from Aplau to Ada, which is drifting now through Accra to parts of the central region, and it's making its way westwards. Same also, you can have systems also developing in parts of Grand Bassam and then moving into Abidjan, into Grand Laou, towards the western part of Côte d'Ivoire as well.
Very well. So, Doc, we've thrown the morning forecast up on our screens. If you're able to walk us through the morning forecast. This is 6 a.m. today, Monday, 29 June 2026. So if you can walk us through the morning forecast.
I think I like the graphics that you generated from our morning forecast, and I think it also helps with the communication. So I think generally the morning forecast, as we said from the summary, normally you see a section which is giving you a forecast summary, which gives you what is expected of the day, and the part highlighted in yellow indicated what we're expecting to hit the southwestern coast of Ghana from the early hours of the morning. And that is why you see from the orange to red from your graphics there as areas of high risk where this rainstorms were supposed to impact. And so because we give the forecast for every 6-hour period, also for the morning forecast, you are going to see the conditions for morning, afternoon, and then also for evening. So based on the morning forecast, you already were alerted that this rainfall that we're seeing was going to persist from morning into afternoon into probably early hours of the evening. And then because it's a 6-hourly forecast, it was updated again at 11 a.m., valid from 12 p.m. this afternoon, and it's still telling the same picture. And then this evening, when we release the evening forecast, the different thing that we do on Monday is that we try also to give the weekly outlook. So there's a 7-day outlook from this evening into tomorrow morning, over the midweek and towards the weekend, what we should be expecting.
So the red gives us the high, and then orange is moderate, then we have yellow being low, and then green being mostly dry. So you can tell that from the southern area, it keeps changing from red to orange, yellow, and then subsequently green. Currently, we have the afternoon forecast for yesterday, valid from 12 p.m. today. It says Sunday, 29 June 2026, right? And you can see the red areas being the western, central, and Greater Accra regions, where we're expecting high or heavy rain likely. And that's what we've witnessed all the way from yesterday, even in some areas from Saturday up until now. Is that the case?
Yes. And that's what I was saying, that depending on where you are, some areas experience some rainfall on Saturday, but it also depends on the sort of land cover and the particular conditions in your area. And we should also note that the rainfall or the flooding is not necessarily attributed only to what is happening in your area, because you have rivers that are flowing from upstream. So once there's rain being contributed upstream, all this is also going to rush. And then with any small rainfall at your locality, the effects of this is going to be magnified, and you are going to see, although you probably see just a little bit of rain, it's not raining intensely, but you are still going to see flooding in your area because it is happening elsewhere and is contributing to what you are seeing in your area.
We've also tried to translate the colors into sort of an intensity guide. So your lights somewhere 0 to 5 millimeters, moderate 5 to 15 millimeters, that's yellow. Orange, that's heavy, 15 to 30 millimeters. Red, very heavy, 30 to 60 millimeters. And then the purple being extreme, that's 60 millimeters and above. Does this change per reading?
Sorry, I didn't get you
I'm
the
asking
question.
if it changes per reading. So, if the reading for tomorrow is different as to where we're having the high rainfall, does the intensity change?
Yeah. Yes, so currently we are per our predicted models. We are going to see something similar also tomorrow, with some level of probability, high level of probability that we are going to see rain and occasional thunderstorms from morning into late afternoon for the southeastern part of the country. And this is going to propagate to the southwestern part of the country from the afternoon into the evening. But hopefully we should be able to get more concrete forecast during this evenings in case something changes globally and based on the forecast models that we're using. And that is why we try to update this as often as possible.
Are we able to put a figure to, if you like, how many liters of rain has fallen over the weekend?
Yes, well, we should be able to do that. Currently, we are collating even what has been done this morning up until 12 noon. And because we have a network of stations that are distributed across the length and breadth of the country, they are putting together what has been in up till 12 noon currently, because we are getting it also from different stations, from different operators who have mounted these stations that we're having a collaboration with, and I'll get these figures to you very soon.
Very well. We'll look forward to that. And sorry to, go on this tangent, but still regarding the figures, I'm trying to establish a comparison between June 3, when we had that disaster, and June 3 this year. So June 3, 2015, I believe, and June 3 this year. The rains within these between these two events or these two dates, which one has been heavier?
Yes. Just give me a minute. I think I already did a comparison
Right.
on those dates. So if you can just give me a minute, I just want to pull up that document, and
Sure.
then I can give you
The exact
the
figures.
actual
Yeah.
figures. Yeah, so that I don't just put any arbitrary figures on the public. So for instance, I think I'm going to do from June 3rd. Okay, so we have locations across, and we had a location like Abokobi, and per our records on June 3rd, 2026, we had 148 millimeters of rainfall. Around Accra Academy, we had about 108 millimeters. For Frafraha, 107, and for Kiamo, just to compare, at the Accra International Airport in 2000, we recorded about 67.3 millimeters. I'm just trying to pull up the document which has all the figures in there, and then we can do a comparative analysis on this. Okay. So
Yes, Doc.
let's say on June 3rd, okay, I'm going to run it through from 2006, 2015, and then 2026. So on June 3rd, 2006, we had 4 millimeters of rain at the Accra International Airport, recorded 8 millimeters at Tema, our station in Tema, and at PASEM, our headquarters, we recorded 7.1. which was giving you an average of 6 millimeters. In 2015, June 6th, the same day, at Accra International Airport, we recorded 212.8. In Tema, 91.4. And then in Mempasem, 148.3 millimeters, giving you an average of about 152 millimeters of rainfall. In 2026, on June 3rd, we recorded 56 millimeters at the Accra International Airport, and then we had 46 millimeters of rainfall at East Legon Mempasem, which gives you an average of 56 millimeters on June 3rd itself.
Quite interesting.
So we can see that just based on those figures alone, we had much more rainfall on June 3rd, 2015 than we had on June 3rd in 2026.
Wow, that's interesting. And I mean, I know this may not be your field, but then it begs the question: what lessons have been learnt? Because we're still flooding, and I mean, I know it's not your field, but perhaps you may have some advice for us based on your experience as a forecaster.
I mean, I always say it's that it comes or it boils down to urban development and how we want to do this particular development, and how as individuals also we've grown this appetite for acquiring land, especially in the areas, just by the mere matter of fact that it's in Accra or within a certain area, we just want to be able to acquire that. The recent issues concerning the Sakumo lagoon is particularly concerning. And if you look at how the land cover has changed over the years, evolving from a lagoon to a serious built-up location over there, nothing should tell you that in the event of rainfall such as this, there should be some amount of flooding, because even in exchanging water between the river and then the ocean, especially during high tide events, the tide is now going to move even from the ocean inland, and this is going to prevent whatever your river discharges from effectively draining out of the city. And these are wetlands that we should be able to allow to accommodate in times of flooding like this, where water should be able to freely overflow. And once we are not doing that, we are doing ourselves a huge disservice. And when it comes to also building, I don't know, because a lot of people are putting up buildings and putting up for rent, you see a lot of concrete, a lot of tiles, which is not allowing enough penetration of rainwater into the ground. And so we see a lot of flash flooding, because immediately it rains, rather than penetrating the soil, it is flowing on the surface. And once it flows, it aggregates at certain places. There's obviously going to be flooding. So we should take our planning a bit more seriously. And also when it comes to especially the development of drains, we see even in areas where drains have been put up, but specific construction and specific development has led to either drains being redirected or even blocked because someone has come to establish a building somewhere, and it's causing all manner of problems. So most of these things need to be addressed properly.
Very well, Doc. Thank you so much. I'm looking at the afternoon forecast for Sunday, 29th June 2026 again. And what jumps at me is that the percentage probability of occurrence reduces as you travel up north.
Yes, because the impact of this particular rainfall, we're looking at it particularly hitting the forest areas and the coast. So if you're not expecting some of these rainfall or thunderstorm activities to happen there, obviously that risk particularly reduces.
Very well, Doc. Thank you so much. We're grateful to you and for your time and all the insights you have shared with us today on the show. Dr. Ignatius Kweku-Williams is the Deputy Director General in charge of operations at the Ghana Meteorological Agency, what we call GMET. And it's interesting the way, I mean, they explain it with so much ease. I mean, it's their work. Initially, when I looked at what's going on here, but he's broken it down to understanding, and it makes a bit more sense. So clearly, even today, we are not out of the woods yet. We're expecting more rains today.
It's going to move towards the Volta Central region, Ashanti region, and later to certain parts of the northern region. Whilst we are expecting more rains, there have been more updates.
Right.
So the Accra Metropolitan Assembly has issued an update, and it says that VIP bus drivers have been ordered by the Mayor of Accra, Honorable Michael Nikpakwa-Lote, to move their vehicles from the Kwame Nkrumah flyover to the ATTC yard for public safety reasons. So VIP bus drivers have been ordered by the Accra Mayor, Honorable Michael Nikpakwa-Lote, to remove their vehicles from Kwame Nkrumah flyover to the ATTC yard for public safety. Also, the NADMO has issued another update, and it says that rescue operations underway. NADMO, in collaboration with the 48th Engineers Regiment of the Ghana Armed Forces, is actively conducting rescue operations to assist affected persons and ensure their safety. Our dedicated teams remain on the ground working tirelessly with partner agencies to save lives and provide the necessary support to those impacted. We urge the public to stay away from the operational area, follow official safety instructions, and report emergencies through the appropriate channels. So that's from NADMO, one from AMA, one from NADMO. AMA is asking VIP bus drivers to move their buses from Circle to the ATTC yard. When we started the show, you indicated, and we can see on the screens, the STC bus, which was washed away by the water. Now the AMA has taken note of some of these things and is asking that all VIP bus drivers move their buses from the Circle area to the ATTC area for for safety. Also, NADMO says that they are carrying on with their rescue operations, and they are asking people to they say to stay away from operational areas. So, usually when some of these things happen, you have a number of people standing there wanting to watch what is happening and get involved in what is happening. NADMO is saying that stay away from operational areas, leave the job to the trained personnel to do. When your assistance is needed, we'll ask for your assistance. But in the meantime, stay away whilst rescue operations take place. Right,
so the rescue operations you talk of, we see pictures of that on our screens. This is the Adabraka Sahara area, where you can see a joint rescue operation team engaging residents or like affected persons within the Adabraka Sahara area. Here also you can see submerged vehicles, also giving an indication of the intensity of the flooding in that area.
And in this Adabraka area, the last time I really saw something like this, like something close to this, was somewhere in the early 90s, middle 90s, 1997, 1998, whereabout, where the place got flooded and you saw military men at the time, Jerry John Rawlings, coming to help rescue people. Since then, I've never really seen something like this. Every time we get part of Sahara flooded, but to see the extent to go all the way towards the Adintrom area, it's never happened in a long time.
Yeah, and we're going to see more action from the men, because apparently, so they just floated the boats, which will be actually used to carry out the rescue mission from the truck. So you can see the boats on the water there. We understand some people are trapped
in the Sahara area, into the Odona side of
some
part
are
of
actually
Adabraka.
currently on their rooftops waiting for the rescue team. Well, another area where rescue operations is being undertaken is the Che Ado area, where my colleague Hansen Ajiman is currently located, and he will be joining us with some updates from that particular area. He will give us a brief description of the situation and, of course, update us regarding the operations of the rescue team. Hansen, thank you so much for joining us. What really is the situation?
So, Nana, is basically a quest for dry land, and if you can see my background, people basically are looking for places where there are no waters, and there you can see some community members have had to climb onto an uncompleted building. The problem being that the streets have been submerged, the homes have been filled with water, roads and bridges have been covered by water, and basically people have been cut off from the rest of the community here in Chado. And shortly we'll be showing pictures of some rescue mission that is being undertaken by the Ghana Armed Forces. But basically what you can see is that community residents trying as much as possible to scoop water out of their homes as to salvage the rest of their properties. Now we're standing in front of this building because we're told that a cook who has about 80 bags of rice actually have had all the rice destroyed, and including Shito, as we call it in the local parlance. They have been all of that have destroyed, and we're trying to see the extent of damage of the water. Wafa we inso na guma na den.
Enso na guso. Boss enso na my sister call adwuma no nim say enso no mba bie ni sa. Ana o call airport o je mu o ton ade o airport. Your friend sister Fia o so no mu odu kama. O ton wache ana jollof ana bare mpesi na bodan mpesi. Ona o ton ona o ye adwuma. Na we na frato.
Nje nye nsuo.
Dabi frato. Frato nkwa na gu ono. Opa yan bie na mo hwe.
Obetuma bie ba ku.
Yes. Akon open one. Boss, send be ya. Okay, give me now. Dabi, we ni ho.
Dabi ase o de fry store say.
What say Sicilian on there?
On side.
More than 50 bucks.
50
50 containers. After that, we shito. More than
yankona.
4 or 5. Oh, serious, boss. Mr. Mumbo, my sister, no. What bray ye? And over Yasa, so I saw yes, I do. Into Mr. Mo. Or no, says here. And I get the 2 bucks. Get the 2 bucks. Get the onion, 2 bucks. What's the sorry, what's 2 bucks.
Now, say in so neguso. I say,
2 bucks. Get the 2 bucks, onion 2 bucks. What on the prime who back?
in so na Fabico.
Fabico. It's not Fabico. And after that, what I am brand inside. The cylinder here. Or fill it down inside. The more light and quantity.
No, cylinder way there, so now I say gas room.
Gas.
Now, I am quite not saying so.
Shito na yaye. Shito na chance ni na ene ono. Shito no eni ne chance ni na hwiago. After that, come inside. Where Gary?
You see the room.
Where Gary?
Yeah.
And I shito no ya de 2 boss. We me pass that mienu. And e dia siso. Kemensa, won mensa. Ni nyina shito.
I do don't such a show no man. Shito na.
Shito we na shito.
Sometimes say be na me.
Na me say o hu shito because anane. This time say na bottom so. Bottom so. Enie we nyina shito. See
you all sister no oton wo e wo hin fa.
Airport.
Terminal 3.
No, terminal 3. We.
Baby, I'm off plane no.
But we are Sunday pass like airport.
Yeah, into oton wo airport. Na esi maka no.
Yeah, friend am na ba, but don't me buy inside. Into obegina kwan no mu. Ono he ya.
Na mobile ha insuo ase hada.
Yeah, first time ni. Emu wo inside 85 to 90 bucks. Emu wo inside.
Ase.
O de amu nkore nkwe.
Boss, you nyina e fie. Boss, see. People in my house.
80 to 80 bucks, 85 bucks. Oh, inside. Because
so that's the situation here. People are beginning to count their losses. What we're told is that this person is a cook. All the things you can see here are basically oil, and the content actually is still intact, but there's a possibility that perhaps some purities might have entered the gallons, as we will call them. And we're told that about 50 of these have been affected, as well as bags of rice have also been destroyed. But that is the extent of damage after over 6 to 8 hours of rainfall. And clearly, as you can see, people are scooping water out of their homes. But the most important thing again, Nana, is that the police service, as well as the armed forces, are here and trying as much as possible to provide rescue efforts, and so we'll try to give you some views from there and get from the authorities if there's any really what has happened. But in the aftermath of the rain, we're told that a lot of people are now trying to at least make sure that their homes are livable, their homes are comfortable for them again. But at the moment, that is not the case. We're told that prior to this, we could not have used this particular stretch because it was all engulfed in water. From home to home, you can clearly see the impact of Sunday's Monday dawn's rain all the way to this morning. And this is the situation here at Chado Down. What they tell us is that this used not to be the situation, and that this is the first time they are experiencing flooding in such a magnitude. So we've brought you to the main street. Let's see if this is an authority who could speak to us on what is happening here. Hello, madam. I can see you've come to observe situations here. What are your observations so far?
Okay, so we started around 6 a.m. doing the rounds, not just this area, but various parts of Chado. And it's terrible. It was terrible. What you are seeing now is the water has subsided. So we called for NADMO, we called for police. They all came, and they've come to the military as well. They all came. Later initially they brought the live boats, but they realized that the live boats will not survive on the water. So they brought the main boats. So it has really saved a lot of lives, and there were various strategies that were used. Even the rope that people pulled, they tie it on one person's waist, then we keep pulling till people are rescued. But as we speak, some people are on the high buildings, and it has been terrible.
We're told that this is the first time flooding of such magnitude is happening in this area. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, that's very true. It's been happening, but not to this magnitude. And we believe there are a lot of factors that has caused this. You realize that some months back, together with NADMO and the military, we demolished some buildings or structures along the Peshi itself. But some people are still adamant. We've been doing the rounds with the MCE and the assembly and myself, and we've had town hall meetings with the residents along the river banks. And some of them are just adamant. They think that desilting the drains will give them some peace. But today what we have seen here, I don't think...
We are told that it's because of building in waterways, and we're told because of buildings in waterways in some areas that the water is supposed to go to when it rains. In your understanding of the topography of this area, which of the place is supposed to be the receiving end of the water, and how come it is bouncing back to a community like Chad?
Okay, so the water comes from the top, and then it has to go through the Peshi Lagoon. We have various streams towards the Peshi Lagoon. And the Peshi, we realize that a lot of people built along it. And then, so what we know now is the Peshi has to be dredged. But now when it goes through the Peshi, you go to the Laboma side. You go there now where the water will rest and then move into the sea. Those places have also been filled. Laboma has currently constructed a fence wall. And I believe that fence wall has to be demolished so that when the water flows from the Peshi into that area, it will be able to reside and then go into the sea. And it's not just the Laboma area, but when you go along the lagoon, there are a lot of structures, and going around there, I really fear for the people, and I don't know why they are still there. Because
we've seen in the past 2 years, and at least since the coming of this government, your regional minister has taken efforts at seeking to demolish buildings on waterways. From what you've observed now, do you think that it should be something that central government should take up?
Oh, yeah. This one is a central government issue. The assemblies will do their bit, but the magnitude of the problem, central government, like we see today, NADMO, the Director General himself was here, the military is here, the police is here, fire service is here. They are all here. So we need to come together so that it won't be just the assembly that the MCE, the MP, and the assembly is demolishing structures. But we have to all come together, one force, and once and for all, we give the waterway to go through, and then the people will be safe.
As representative of the people, from your own assessment, what is the extent of damage? Are you able to quantify the extent of damage?
Today's damage, you cannot quantify it. People have lost everything. You realize that there were even cars that were submerged in the water, and you wouldn't even see. Now that the water has gone down, then you can see that, oh, not knowing there were some cars there. The extent of damage, we cannot quantify. People have lost virtually everything. But for me, I believe that if you have life, you have everything. So if we are going to look at what we are losing and then we stay in the water for the water to take us away, I don't think it's the best. But I know that they will bounce back, and then for now, I think whoever is living along the riverbank should move out so that after the rainy season, if they have to come back, that is, if they are not in the waterway, that they might be demolished and they have to come back, they need to wait for some time.
But how would they be able to afford it? Will your office be liaising with the assembly to support certain people like that?
Yeah, so today even we have spoken with the MCE. We are trying to see, in the past weeks, we gave mattresses to some areas where they experience flooding. It's not just there. When you go to La Town, to those along the beach area, they also experience it. So we gave blankets, we gave mattresses. So today we are also seeing how best you can get some clothes and then the mattresses and the blankets for them. NADMO Director General, we've spoken to him, and he's going to bring us some items as well. So we are working on it to ensure that. We're also trying to get a school around, if they will allow us to get some people to reside there for some time. So far, this is what we are doing. And we are praying that nobody should go back now. Let's all come out of the flood-prone areas to ensure that we are safe.
What about the schools? Did your monitoring suggest that there were students in school at the time the waters had risen to such levels?
Yeah, there were students in school, but where they were at those places did not experience any form of flooding. But I saw some school buses taking the children home. So no, parents should monitor the situation, because one mother told me that where the child is attending school was getting flooded, so they called them to come for the children. So we need to study the weather pattern before we send our children to school.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that is the MP for the area, Retana Odoleso, speaking to us here. Let's speak to the MC. Honorable, yes. Is this a structural defect?
Structural defect. I wouldn't say it's a structural defect. It's a combination of factors. Yes. Some buildings are obviously in waterways. Some people have also filled the lagoon and the stream that entered the lagoon. And some of our developers have also built beyond their limits. So there are multiple reasons for what we face today. Today has been phenomenal, historical. It has never happened like that before.
Since you assumed office, you've not seen this.
Today's flooding situation has been the worst I've ever seen in this municipality. It has never happened. So we can obviously see.
Is it the worst to the extent of the volumes of water or the extent of damage?
Yes. So for the volume, it's been tremendous, because it started raining from dawn around 3 a.m. It rained till about an hour ago when it stopped. Yes, but if we had also not sorted up the channels that entered the lagoon itself, I'm not sure we would have experienced this. Today's has been very, 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 very bad. People whose homes have never experienced flooding had water up to their chest level, etc. And I think that we have all seen, the residents, everybody have seen the effects of our actions. So I believe that when we're taking the action the next time, they will not come and blame us for maybe destroying the property or anything.
In the interim, what can the assembly do?
In the interim, we are working closely with NADMO to ensure that the channels are open structures are very close, in close proximity with the corridor and the other channels that enter the lagoon. So we have to remove them as soon as we can.
Someone will say that we hear this every year after the rains. Authorities will say that we need to demolish these structures. But get into August, September, we forget until another June, July.
Yes, for those who know us in this research agenda, we don't want to do the usual. We want to do what we have to do to save our people. We can't tell the same story next year, not for the integrity we have. So this time around, action will happen, and I'm sure you come and witness it yourself.
Can you about it?
Yes, my name is Alfredo Sinianyete, MC for LADMA.
Thank you very much. So that is the MC for LADMA speaking to us. So we just spoke to the MP, and they came to monitor events here. And as you can see in your shot, military officers, and as the MP recounted to us, the military officers have been here trying as much as possible to conduct rescue missions and to take people who are actually caught up in the flood waters. We'll try to get closer to the waters and to understand what is happening. But we're told that there's some collaboration between them and the NADMO, National NADMO. We want to see if there's any commander amongst them that we can speak to, but at the moment there's no commander, but it suggests that they are done with their work and leave it to another end. But they have been here trying to conduct rescue missions for the people. There's another vehicle ahead which looks like which is sprayed the military colors. And so we'll obviously get closer to understand exactly what is happening. But the rains have really destroyed the property of a number of people's submerged homes. We are told that areas which previously were not flooded experienced flooding to a certain magnitude that they have never witnessed before. The MP is telling us that they are advising the community people, particularly those whose houses were flooded and most likely to flood when it rains again, to move out of their homes. And she says they intend to provide them with support, such as getting certain homes or schools where the people can temporarily use as a shelter. And as you can see, the military officers are currently moving out of the Chado area after conducting a rescue mission in Chado. We're told that the waters were at unbelievable levels in the early hours of the rain, but now most of them have receded, and the military officers have been able to undertake their duty and are leaving the community. So we're still coming to you from Chado. We'll get closer to some of these homes to get from the community members, in their own view, what do they think can be done to address this problem and the impact it is having on them individually as members of the community. People still have water in their homes, and it might take some time before the water recedes. Some of the roads basically may be unmotorable for some time. As we see in a shot, they are attempting to go through the water. The locals appear to be cautioning them such that they do not have their car getting stuck in the mud, but they've been able to move. But in the homes around here, water still within people's houses. Now, in anɔpa na start here na send the next city.
Masa anɔpa no so starting no there ɛnyɛ better. Ye bedu ha no ɛnyɛ level no so no wɔ no. Car we nyina ha nyina ɛfa so.
It's a car we say na into no afa so.
Afa so.
Cars no bear 20. Asisi omo nyina kɔ go down.
Into good down.
Mu dem mu kɔ sisi am be cars no.
Wow.
Ye down for car so na afa so ayɛ bibia.
Yeah, na soldier for no mentimi antwe.
Oh, omo abɛyɛ adwuma but omo kɔ.
But cars need that.
Cars no.
Well, what the information we have at the moment is that the water dragged some cars into the channels of the river and into some ditches. So we'll take a walk through the community to observe for ourselves what happened for some of these to some of these cars. Did your house flood?
Oh yes. So down there got flooded there. Which listen am I speaking
This
to?
Channel 1 TV.
Channel 1 TV. Yes, so our house got flooded. We are safe.
Sorry.
The story building, so the down floor, kitchen and the whole.
Any
all
things
got
that were
flooded.
destroyed and valuable?
Yeah, so much. So you can imagine the whole kitchen, the whole hall, and then furniture stuff. But we are safe.
But you're safe.
Yes, my laptop there's a problem, you see, so, but I'm okay.
All right, thank you very much. And so there are people sharing with us their stories. They have a story building, and so it was just the ground floor that was affected. But this is a home that has been impacted. Ofa, ma say mo wo pompa mo de twin so ha de da. Nda mo twin so no.
Na yɛ twi.
Now, nti pom ne wo ha de da na say nso na ba no makofa aba.
Na wɔ ha nti ɛta hɔ na yɛ twi bet. Na abru so yɛ ntimi ansa na yɛ gya ɔkɔ.
Nti pom na say ya na say den.
O yɛ sɛ but say de ayɛ no yɛ ntimi ntwi.
O twekra ni baabi a de go.
Yɛ ade kɔfɔ.
Nti mo twen ama nso na akɔfom ansa.
Ɛ de ɔkyena.
Jiso ɔkyena. Nti mo betena mu say ah jiso ɔkyena.
Ɔmo de ɔmo sie so.
Ɔmo hyɛ mo na mo fom. Na esida.
When yɛ first time.
Nti mo monte ha.
Yɛ de ani machine no.
Ani so mi say ne wo wenye chika, wenye adwuma.
Oh. Un say enye say da. But the back akra ne wa frɛ ne abɛtwi.
Ani de na ko atwe ne tentem na ngonya.
Ah, ne yakɔ. Bɛ ne de abruso.
Nti na wo twin so wo hu bi say da say efie ba ko compound say wakɔ na ayɛ sɛ nsuo mu. Na wo wura mu aduru he fa.
Si say de ami wura mi amisuru. Bɛ yɛ bɛ film no na ɛwɔ mi system.
Tama mo
bɛ dwani na abruso. Ne o yɛ system ti yɛ ntimi na ɛkɔ.
Oh. Ba njobia omu nsi be he omo ka na aso omu be.
Omu se so omu timi.
Those are the scenes here at Chado. Even though we are told that the effect of the rains have gone down, you can clearly see evidence of the destruction, and so we'll still be making our way all the way to the end where the cars, we're told, were dragged into the water, and to see if owners of these vehicles are in any way situated or around, trying to make sure that they salvage their vehicle. Yes, sir. Community members, they have come out trying to gauge the situation. Pacho, Mahu say, I said, Munina, my PA, Aden.
Ensiano akoye dem ya mattress na de nyina afa nyina
Eti na munyina ma be.
Ya boa no mo aye obi mu awo mo adi kwa hospital.
E won nsuo ni mu.
Baby, what no kwa 37. Ensiano ba inside.
Baby, omo be fa akofie. Eto omo hihye dem.
Omo pese omo pie, omo wen. Tinsu no de ni spin no ko ra o. Nso mo pese omo pie, nso mo ntimi mpie. Na omo ebe yiyi omo na ko hospital.
Eni mo no man.
Enso ka se na da na say.
Ya to say cars bi, atwe cars bi akogu ono.
People fra na ka wa park e ma nso no de ko ba ki ni kete nimpa no. So car no e ko. Car no da no wa fa ba 3 o se 2 pra ko.
Aha say 3. Na aha say 3 afa.
E wa de no ba ko na nso nzo no ko e. Na obi nso da wa park e wa no.
3 na afa no.
Nti ya bla pa nso me mo bo yen na. Ya bla papa ya tin suem.
Ene baby e be kakra ya.
Anya glo.
Ya be chiche sa. Ya afa ni
Anya
sa basin sisi ya. No wa san ko biem.
Ebi mu da so wo.
Obi da so wo biem. Fa na ofa mo basin ko.
Nti fa na ofa mo. Obi su ke save na maame.
It looks scary. It looks scary, and I mean, it sounds scary as the people continue to describe to us, and we're still making efforts to get closer to the action itself and to get an understanding. And it's a natural. Hey, man.
Oh, busa sambwa.
No,
aha. What do you mean, Rampo?
Now, we are there who said,
say, yeah, Banny, a drew and Muhano. I'm who you know for the society. And you want to mean, whom to me, Mambo. Much I am an Indian, I could say, I could see.
People continue to describe to us what the scenes were in the early hours of the rain. But obviously, as you can see in your shot, people trying to scoop water out of their homes. And let's see if we can speak to Senior. I'm from City FM Channel 1 TV. You're not ready. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Someone, how things they go?
Not good. Officer man say, "Why hear my head?" Oh.
And then what was I say?
So na say baby ah.
Sir.
So na say baby ah. So na say baby ah.
What then I say?
Oh, me ada bi bian say nkofo no ma na say say.
Nkofo ne ma ben.
Nkofo no ma nkofo cars. Ene omo da mu TV nkonya ne ade wo ade bi ehia wo da mu bi ade. Asese ade nsu betima asese ne da mu bi ade asese. Asese. So tofiti ahomache no a.
Ya ti say e bin see that.
E bin see that. Ebi nsi da me ba ha be say 8 years na me hu bi da. Ebi me be tu bi mu so wa mo so matana be 25 years bi mu say ebi nsi da. And then kwa na
efri obi etimi a cheche baby efri ba.
No ni metimi a cheche baby efri de. Te say bia ha say no asase we na say ye nsu ani. Nsu wa asase so dada. Ana omo egatese na mu yi nsu ye nketenkete. Aha. Enti no say nsu no ye nya topic akra bi pe na yi. Ebu for baby ah yenga test ni susa ti efemu pe na sa ayema na afa kwem na say ha adwene aha sanity
so I mean the verdict is out that this is the deadliest flooding the people of Chado have experienced. People are beginning to apportion blame to say that it's because of the buildings on waterways. It's interesting what exactly is happening here. These are the vehicles, and that's interesting. People's vehicles basically have been destroyed, partly damaged by the water. People are trying to see if they can salvage their vehicles. Chief, well, he does not intend to speak to us, but that's a Toyota car. Again, the streets are covered in water, and people who want to come to the main street will have to walk through the rains. As you can see with this car, quite disturbing scenes here. The rain seems to have destroyed a number of cars. Chief, you need it seems to be, the destruction is crazy. Chief, what do you say?
Maybe two flood.
Because we move in your car.
Oh, David, Madame Fubicani, by Siciana Africano.
Nana kana pakiana.
Oh, David, a far carnifriachi, Eribaha.
What pakikana?
What pakikana, see you, and Anzuni Fabetoa. God, none soon flooded, die, bear, and Sunday, you read them go ye in Yamabi. Soon I flood there.
But what don't know the no
on the oti Chaduha, but Nekani. Siciana Ura, Finim, until you be a canon, until soon as a sarcasm in Friachi. When you know, I'm a Pagawachi, until soon I bet you want a block.
Wow. This is a cradle to me who send ya. Sarah engine more. I had the wound to me.
And the soon in the Aura engine in casting engine in and Suarum. Did you say a casting is over 2 weeks? 1 week and Nipan best start.
Won't me start?
What started? I was over Secano.
Never be sure 2 weeks.
I see what 2 weeks out. Now engine be out. And he was started. A best started by Obenya. Problem Kakra.
They have a boca.
They are over Boca Kakra. Fit for over here. No, my.
Oh. Kafra. So these are the vehicles. We told that they were dragged all the way here, about 100 to 200 meters away from where they were parked. The other issue is that a lot of people do not want to speak to us, but we're trying as much as possible to get an understanding of what the situation was and how impactful it has been. But almost every single home that we get to, people are still trying to clear their homes. It's 2:19. It started raining around 3 a.m., 2:19 p.m., and people are still scooping water out of their homes and trying to clean their homes to the state they were in before the flooding or before it started raining. Yes, sir. We're from Channel One TV. Can we speak to you on your view of the happenings?
You see, I am fed up with this kind of thing. We are in a rainy season, right? All this thing coverage we do. At the end of the day, nothing. So these interviews here and there, though we are here to commensurate with our sister here, who is also affected by this, but this every year we tend to be
tiring. I believe.
Yes. Because Ochinamesimi dying, that is why we do. You know there is this problem. So this interview here, we are in the rainy season. And this will continue. All the TV stations, the radio station will be taking flooding and whatever. When the rains stop, that's it. So
when the authorities begin to demolish buildings on waterways, you get to hear people say,
it's not about demolishing.
Human.
We are not proactive. That's the issue. We are not proactive. Who gave the permit for the people to build? Is it not the authorities? So why can you wait till the time that the people have built before you come and demolish? Who gave them their building permit? It's from the authorities. So this kind of hanky-panky deals and whatever, we should stop.
But at least supporting them to demolish these buildings will help somewhere.
The question is, who gave them the permit to build to begin with? It's not from the assembly. It's from the assembly, right? It's from them. So why will you wait till the people build before you come and demolish?
The moment you begin to...
Those guys supposed to be questioned and then maybe jailed. They are the people that are supposed to be jailed. An innocent person will come to see a land to buy. You being the authorities that will give the permit, knowing very well the nitty-gritties of the area. Why do you do that? So it's about time they stop punishing people and then be jailing those who do give the building permit to people to build.
Sometimes they say some of these people also build on the blind side of the assemblies.
So in every, that is why in governance we have the decentralization, right? From the president to the MCE to the assembly member to the unit committee members, who at any electoral area, we have about 5 there, who are the eyes and the ears of the assembly. So those are the jobs that are given to the unit committee member to prompt the assembly member that someone is working on this. You see, so we are all sleeping. We are all sleeping. We have structures, unit committee members. Next year, you realize, you see them, there are posters everywhere, unit committee member, assembly member. What are the use of them?
Do you think somebody should sue some of these assemblies to hold them responsible?
No, it's about time we take them on. Who gave the permit to build? And are we saying the engineers in the assemblies, they don't know all the demarcation areas, the wetlands and whatever? Are they saying they don't know? They know. So it's about time you stop punishing those innocent people who have their money to have a place of abode and then attacking those who are giving them the permit to do this.
What extent of damage do you think have happened to the sister you're about to visit?
I will keep it for now, my brother. It's serious. It's serious. And we should try.
What time did she call you to tell you about her ordeal?
Around 4 a.m. And we need to work with the MCE and the assembly and then do. So it's about time the system in Ghana should work. That's it. If the system is working, devoid of those brown envelopes that we take, it will solve some of these problems. Seriously. So I don't know. So
can you have us your name?
Sorry?
Your name.
Ahmed Machunyamado.
Thank you very much.
Right.
He believes that the officers of the various assemblies who have been giving out building permits to persons building in waterways should be held accountable. Some people that are still trying to make their way out of the rain waters. All these entire areas have been submerged and filled with water.
All right, Hansen Ajiman coming to us live from Chado Down, bringing us live pictures from there. At least the waters now are receding. That gladdens us. No casualties reported, at least from what he's been telling us. We are happy to hear that as well. However, there's been damage to property that will, of course, come at some cost. We're going now to circle my colleague Charles Usukumi is at Circle. Let's find out what he's up to at Circle.
At this very moment, the most important thing is to make sure we protect the lives of the people, we protect the properties of the people, and make sure Ghanaians are safe.
Well, Betio says that it is even going to rain even harder. So, I mean, are we prepared for what's to come? Are we prepared at all?
As it stands now, I must say we are some way, somehow prepared. You know, as NADMO as an institution, you can see since it started, our men have been on the ground since morning because as it stands now, we know our hotspot areas, our flood hotspot areas. So once it starts raining, we make sure we put men there to assess the situation and give us the feedback we need. But we are ready. But we might not be able to salvage all the situation, but in our low capacity as an institution, we'll do our very best to protect lives and to protect properties. Thank you very much, bro. Thank you. I got you. So we are go count anymore.
Go count. You had Charles Owusu Kumi there engaging the deputy NADMO boss. The surname always seemed to escape me. Teddy, who gets it for you? But yeah, Teddy Saforo. Adi. Right. So Charles engaging Teddy Saforo Adi, deputy NADMO boss, on preparedness, preparations, and of course rescue operations so far. Currently in your shots, we're having some drone shots, the main Achimota drainage area, and you can see how high the water level had risen early on in the day, and of course you can see some cars submerged already as a result of the flooding situation. You can see the crowd atop the bridge catching a view of the situation. Really, it's been a busy day regarding the flooding situation. I would like to commend all the emergency response agencies for the work that they've been doing so far since morning. The Greater Accra Regional Minister, who is also, if you like, the boss of the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council, Linda Obenenwa Akwile Oklu, Member of Parliament for Shai Osudoku, has issued a statement, which statement is captured on the letterhead of the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council. And I'd like to read this statement. It's a statement by the Greater Accra Regional Minister on the flood situation in the region. The Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council is deeply concerned about the flooding that has occurred in several parts of the region following today's heavy rains. My heart goes out to all individuals and families who have been affected by this unfortunate incident. I sincerely sympathize with those who have suffered losses, displacement, and other hardships, and I want to assure every affected resident that you are not alone. We stand with you during this difficult period. The safety and well-being of every resident remain my highest priority. I have therefore directed all Metropolitan, Municipal and District Chief Executives, MMDCEs, to immediately move into their communities with their emergency response teams, NADMO officers and all relevant technical officers to intensify rescue operations, evacuate persons trapped by flood water where necessary, assess the situation on the ground, and provide immediate relief to affected residents. Every MMDCE is expected to remain fully engaged until the situation is brought under control. This is a time for decisive leadership and swift action. The Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council is working closely with the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Police Service, and all other emergency response agencies to coordinate response efforts and ensure that lives and property are protected. The Ghana Meteorological Agency has indicated that more rainfall is expected. I therefore urge all residents to exercise extreme caution and avoid unnecessary movement. Where possible, remain indoors and keep away from flood-prone areas, drains, and fast-flowing flood waters. I particularly appeal to parents and guardians to ensure that their families, especially children, are kept safe at all times. No one should allow children to play in flood water or attempt to cross flooded roads and drains. Residents requiring emergency assistance should immediately contact NADMO through the following channels. Emergency lines 0302 772395, 0302 772395, or 0299 344 030, 0299 344 030, or WhatsApp, and this is a WhatsApp number only, 055 160 9393, 055 160 9393. I further appeal to all residents to cooperate fully with emergency response personnel and comply with all safety directives issued by the authorities. To everyone affected by this disaster, I assure you that I stand with you, together with our metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies and our emergency response agencies. We will continue to work tirelessly to protect lives and assist those in need and support our communities through this challenging period. May God continue to protect the Greater Accra region and keep us all safe. And it's signed Honorable Linda Obenewa Akweli Oklu, MP, Greater Accra Regional Minister. So Fred, that's the statement from the Greater Accra Regional Minister, Linda Obenewa Akweli Oklu, regarding the situation.
Directing all metropolitan and district chief executives to move in with their teams, emergency teams, to ensure that people within their district and municipalities are safe. That's a good directive. As we speak now, I think that's what we are all looking at. That's all everybody's attention is getting to. For now is not the time to be criticizing and asking who and blaming who did what and who did not do what. In terms of people in authority, we would need to ensure that the people affected by these floods first are safe, secondly are given a place to be able to survive and stay on. Then we'll continue from there.
Very well. Let's go back to Circle. Charles Owusu-Kumi is standing by. Charles, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Hello, Charles. Well, still working the lines to get Charles Owusu-Kumi to join us. But these drone shots present a better picture of the situation around the Achimota main drain, where we understand some homes, as well as, if you like, mechanic shops, were inundated with flood waters early on today. And as you can see there, so the flood waters flowing, and as usual, accompanied by the plastic waste, which you can see lying on the surface of the flood waters, even as they flow through the main Achimota drain. Charles Owusu-Kumi is my colleague from the Channel One newsroom. He's currently stationed at Circle. Let's hear from him. Charles, good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon, Nana. Thanks for having me.
Very well. I heard and saw you speak to the deputy NADMO boss, Teddy, early on. We only caught the last bit of that interview. Bring us up to speed with what he's been saying, especially regarding rescue operations across the city.
Well, Nana, I was just asking him about relief items for all these people, most of them stranded. So we're currently at Circle, and if you know Circle very well, so just beneath the Circle interchange is the main lorry station. Now we have drivers, you have the maids, you have food vendors, all these people. Some of them even live in these stations. They live beneath, virtually their lives just under the Circle interchange. Now, that whole area is flooded. In fact, the main Circle station is flooded. We currently now have come a bit forward to where the infamous June 3rd disaster happened. So that what you see in your shot is just the road leading to the Adabraka, just where City FM office is. But that has also been cut off. So I was asking Teddy about relief items for all these people who are now taking shelter on the road. So they have now moved up from beneath the interchange. They are now on the road itself, so that they can get some shelter from all that is happening. Now I asked him that, and he says, well, what they are doing is they are just taking data now, looking at the extent of damage before they can even talk about relief items for all these people. So you have the NADMO officers, you have military officers also here trying to, just restore some calm and restore some order here, because a lot of people are now gathering around, just wondering what exactly is happening, because some of them being turned away by the military officers who do not want people to cross. Some of them want to cross to the other side. The military officers are asking them to return. We're told that the situation is even worse at the Sahara area. Where we're standing is not too far from the Odo River. Now, the Odo is so full, Nana. It's so full that, the Odo goes through a big drain. If you're not careful, you won't even see the drain. So it is so full, just broken its banks, and has entered into areas where ordinarily you wouldn't expect the river to go into, even in the worst flood situations that we've experienced. This is unlike it. After hours of rainfall, disaster has struck the people of Accra, especially those here in Circle who have nowhere else to go. We'll just move a bit forward. And so this is my cameraman will show us the infamous Circle disaster point. So you see this wall is where that fuel station was situated, which went up in flames on that infamous June 3rd disaster. Now, we'll be going to the Sahara area in a bit to go and have a look at what is happening over there. You have all these people, just watching on, hoping for some help to come. They're just hoping that they will cross to the other side. I'll just be engaging some of them while we're taking some of the pictures here at Circle. Hello, sir. What's your name? This is Channel One TV. What are you doing here? I mean, you're supposed to be home. Do you live here?
Since
no, you can speak any language that you're comfortable with.
Okay. As a bear and Machimu and soon started a giant of flooding a fahina easy crass Siana as I check a crack. Amazisiana de Aoki into your bumpire say Yankopon Mwana in Sununco form. A Janso Timato around I say no tea. A bumpire say on Betty Miakona or Mako Dumuno because easy. A Janis Tatiano Pano still na enjoy a Coswana day. Ekosro the siane who say soldiers for about person modi no moko dumu nti e say o metimi ayo no makwa kodumu no
na wo no ahana ote ana ahana oye adwuma
empacho me adwuma around Circle because of insanity no na obi antimi anko adwuma nti ya ba begina say ye say o metimi adumu no nti enti ne nyina wa ase
oye adwuma wa ba ote he
meme wala pass by anopa no na minya information say mo obi amba adwuma by kasi me ba Circle aba behwe because hana me adwuma ti me ba behwe de ekoso me ba hana mbe hu se de asini de anya kra nti e wo sempe info ti me hwe no mo ya bibi fa ho because nso no to Circle ase de June se ya na atobrenche to e wo Ghana ase nti ye bompa ye se e ma bi mu ntimi nsi Nyankopon ma ye ho ban na bibi anya fine
adwuma be na oye na wo ba ye no enyama wo de ye adwuma no etese nso afa no ana say they are still intact.
Oh, baby, I me one there. Normal. By around Circle, I say there. Me sure say soon ebe twetwe a have come there na the CD because near Koso and the Yakra, Baby, I may have money there, why okay. By me bump, I say, Ma Bibia and see. It's a soon etia, Yenya, good cases, and my bad.
You're frozen.
Your friend Emmanuel.
Okay, Emmanuel. Yeah, that's him. Nana, one of the distressed workers here at Circle, who is just here on watching, hoping that some help would come their way, as of course military officers try to, just restore some order here. So what's happening is that, so you see the road coming from the Alajo area into Adabraka has been cut off. The vehicles come, they're unable to go any further, and then they have to return. And then you have even pedestrians and normal people also trying to cross to the other side, but the military officers asking them not to go beyond this very, very point. So you see the track over there is the NADMO track. It is also doing some assessments over there, and then we'll just go a bit further and see for ourselves what exactly is happening. So after just a few hours of rainfall, Circle is in the news again. The Odor River has overflown its banks, broken its banks, and flooded the entire Circle. In fact, the main Circle lorry station getting flooded is quite a surprise. Hello, sir. I think we've spoken before. Yeah. What's your name, sir?
Seth Sabra.
Seth Sabra.
Yeah.
Okay. How are you, sir? I see you're trying to comfort some of these women. Since when have you been here, and what did you notice when you got here?
I was there before the rainfall. The time the rainfall, you see the rain come here is very too much. The time we come, this thing, fire service people come, they can't get way to go there.
Where?
To go the place where
the fire.
Yeah. So we all stand here. Now before we see say the water they go small. We see what they are come to do. The rest, that thing I can talk to you.
How did you feel seeing this place getting flooded, and then, having in mind the incidents of June 3rd, 2015? Did you have any flashbacks of that incident? Did you have any concerns?
Oh, I can't tell this thing. Yeah, this in the town they are doing this road. The gutter is too small. So of that in the place, the everything. If the rainfall always, you see say. Water is coming here all the time.
All right. Thank you, sir. So you see some women trying to cross to the other side. And then you have some Okada riders also trying to do some brisk business, trying to convey people from one side of the road to the other. There's an Absa Bank on my right. Its premises also heavily flooded. Fortunately for the IPMC here and this, their premises looks like the flood waters have receded quite a bit. So some people taking shelter over there within the IPMC premises here at Circle. Now, I'll just engage this gentleman in this wheelchair. Hello, sir. About your browsing?
No, I can't hear this language.
You don't speak Twi? You don't understand what I'm saying?
I don't understand.
Do you speak in English?
Sumo.
Okay. What's your name?
Jacob Samaila.
Jacob.
Yeah.
Jacob, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I'm doing my business Sumo.
Okay. What kind of business do you do?
I sell polish and wasu, and sometimes the people want traffic.
So okay, so you sell general merchandise depending on what's in demand.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's been raining all morning. So I mean, why aren't you home?
My home is here. It's not far. Past IPMC. Yeah.
You live in the IPMC building?
Yeah.
Okay. So when the rain started, where were you?
The one that rain started, I'm there inside. Yeah, I'm there inside.
And then you came out when the rain subsided?
Yeah, when the rain finished, I come out for see watching the happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
God bless you. Thank you.
You have a nice day. Well, he says he lives in the IPMC building, but I mean, how do they allow you to live in the building?
No, because it's only me, so I have the place to stay. Small. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Well, hello, sir. But you're from Charles, you're from saying?
Hey, you're from Christian.
Christian?
Yeah.
Christian, for Oti, ha, Oye Juma ha, I mean, what are you doing here, I mean, by this time of the day?
Okay, delivering company, Passerman Express, a banana bonum. I can't say Baba Yijuma by a buyer, no. The we are at Yentino, Yent to me, Yijman, your boys never, and I am meeting a craft.
Okay, so that's your business, Moya Delivery.
Yeah, delivering company, Passerman Express.
Okay. I'm sure, sir, on a panel to say I have flat day and I would make a buy. What by then I'm here?
I'm a buyer, no me, so echo your office, then in the breed, Nanso. Up to some time, near about 2 hours, near Nina, Sachi, echo. And then I idea, maybe I am able to say, sooner by office, name down blue in so I am mumma. Dining in Ankas and dying, we in so I am mumma, in a flat. But they said, yeah, yes, in face.
Can I announce a Rosa?
All
right, thank you very much. Well, they have a business here. They came to do some work, but unfortunately, their premises had also flooded, so they were unable to conduct today's business. Of course, the floods have disrupted a lot of business activities here at Circle. So here is the First African Forex Bureau. Its premises heavily also inundated by the flood waters here at Circle. I mean, hello, sir. Me patro your friend me Kovikum, your friend saying Oscar. Now Oscar, but you free now, coin.
Mimi fra kra mum kana be besia ko asalaga.
Asalaga.
Ba nya
kwan wa.
Ba bia ka me ko fa connection so ho nso ayi ho sa. Kana madam ani ada be se me fa se bia menya e kwan.
Ti wo ko Circle ko so.
Me se menya ka ho.
Well, unfortunate. So, thank you very much. Well, very unfortunate situation there. Looks like they need some help. Cinnamon, oh, more. Well, the unfortunate sight of 2 women falling into the water. I'm just trying to cross to the main Circle area. The gentleman I just spoke to says he's on the way to Salaga. So, Mumefa. Cinema net saying. Ma, I'm more quite here. What's happening? More here.
La Paz.
La Paz. Now, move free. I have no free.
If I cry, I'm about in a car.
Sorry, why? Auntie. Oh, sorry. So, my mom knew me and Kujaka. Let's say you're frozen.
A friend is Tabana.
Okay. Move free. Accra.
If you are cry.
Muko Juma, Muko Twandi.
You cook room. Na anopa na mu nya din saa na yɛde kɔ kurom. Ti yɛkɔ na ehu sɛ esi mu ayɛ din. Nti obi esu ni kurom, ti yɛse yɛbɛ fie.
So mo La Paz, mo fa car ose. Mate. We there. Sorry. Well, to me so when proud there. Okay, da nyame ase. Well, Nana, the situation here in Circle is quite grim, especially for those who want to cross from the Central Business District area to Circle. The entire stretch is cut off by floodwaters, and so I mean, they may have to, you either wait or just like those women we just spoke to, walk through the floodwaters. Unfortunately for them, they fell into the water. So what we're doing is we're crossing to the other side. You can see in your shot smoke billowing from the fire incident. Earlier, there were reports that fire had gutted some shops at the Odona area. So we're told that firemen are already there trying to douse the fire, but then you can see smoke billowing from over there. So the fire probably still burning. So you also see NADMO officials on a boat looking for people as they continue with their rescue efforts. Now, you can also see in your shot some people swimming their way out of the waters. Someone's holding what? Is that like a rat or some grass cutter? Okay, and the other is holding is it fowls? Okay, so it looks like some people have taken advantage of the situation and looking for their next meal. So grass cutter, fowls. All right. We're crossing to the other side now. Hopefully we can engage a few of the people here as they watch in disbelief what's happening. You also see a pile of rubbish floating on the floodwaters. Hey, I said when I've been to Ufoma Ujo Muskana. Okay. So. All right, senior man. We have a code there. Now, you're frozen, senior.
Eric Aqua.
Of course. Eric, what's your baby? Where you Juma?
Me wa run here, baby.
What's it?
It's the side of down, baby. I'm here, Robertson.
Okay. Hold on, I should know.
So far, hold him now, Bendia. Ubi antime and concorno.
Describe the senior is on here.
So far, and soon started and run. I started and run. Now, many madam for being the net so. But suddenly, in Sono Tony, you had than him said, I got test in Sono qua. Say, a dear and hard dream, you him said, a bay. But we now hard dream a cost smooth. My own say, but and you may no crown and start TB and make us no in Sweden. No matter what said you to got a Cassandra Yuri. And Chabiani who said, got an air day, a Yiribana. So for May 1 year, and I take faces a problem. But what problem with you is very, very, very bad about any year. Every year.
We say that.
The sense Sec has said, dear, I was here. Even disaster crown hard, but so far this one is very, very, very hard than everybody.
So disaster any time, no, and you say.
Oh, I don't know, a jano, and you say, and you say, and you say, and you say, and you say.
gata kɛseɛ no before nsuo no bɛtɔ no na emu te sɛn emu asi anaasɛ na ɔmo yi mu.
already no saa gata kɛseɛ no ɛno ano yɛ problem a yɛfɛnsi ɛwɔ ha because nea mehu ne sɛ saa area hanom sei no asɛ yɛ nsuo land nti saa gata kɛseɛ no ɛnyɛ yiri pa ahanom nyinaa ɛbɛyiri so far every year bi ɔmo de no ɔmo ayɛ ne way so nea ɔbɛkɔ mu no sɛdeɛ ɛteɛ no nso I remember sɛ last month mu ɛtɔ Saturday bi hard one paa ɛno mu no ɛwɔhoro nyama bebree firi gɔta no mu so still na gɔta anim ayɛ ma nti sɛ nsuo no tɔ kakra bi pɛ wɔn sɛ apuro afa ha baabiara but so far this year deɛ it's very very hard it's very very hard actually yabrɛ since morning up to now look at me even me sika me phone kra ne me nyama nyinaa wɔ ma me way mu so you can't go there untimi kra you can't go there even just pure water kra obenya everything there for your room inside so ne obehu an say ahmache ne eche say no nsuo ne ba o yeah obi an sorry nti ungia we say bia na yade itaye say ya so far aye say enye nche say ya but we there
are you not worried say ejano baby e wo no ebeba mu fie okra
oh no so far there omo ye robbers omo ton robbers e wo akiri ho enti say ho no ena ejano eto eba so far baby ejano so toye no e sekoya ko ni place baby sekoya ni place no so no antra nti so far problem aye wo mu ano no
all right akra me da sepa okay so one of the residents here telling us about the nature of today's incident. But he tells us that he lives close to the plastic company, which we're told is currently in flames, but he's unable to access his home. All his belongings are there, and then they have moved uphill a bit to a safe spot, hoping that the floodwaters will recede and then they can have access to their homes. You see the NADMO officials returning with their canoe as they paddle back to a higher ground. It looks like they've gone to rescue some persons. So there you have a rescue operation with some men paddling. But it looks like they've gone to rescue a lady. What's it? I'm for
oh, plenty people was here. Uncle was here. Pa, John. Unti na ejina hanum se kura no. Ade we see no so far se bebo abam na baso bebo bambo efo abam so say. Anche bia no mo ba around, but mo ba around you can't go. You can't go. Police by soldier EV. So far service for by. Omo try mo best. Omo ya swimming for ni swimming ko do bebo no I had. Answer na police for ba omo doson. Omo try mo best so soldier for so by so on to say ijano esho until one more there so far you say be fire service for the police for the man try best but you can't go there when so ban say we yet me for run be the person about be here nim labadi here munim sa swimming we no and the say omo around but baby ejani nkasa there nkofo bebre wo hono ma satena nya.
Thank you. Let me try and engage the lady who has just been rescued. Hello, hi. You don't want to talk to us? How are you? How are you feeling? She's not feeling well. Yeah, but you can speak for her on your behalf. Yeah. No. I mean, we just saw you, you know, in the boat, in the canoe, you know. Tell us, where are you coming from? How are you feeling?
Oh, we are coming from like Circle, behind the Ghana Commercial Bank. And she's my kid's sister and she's not feeling well. She just came back from the hospital yesterday. She just committed STS2, so, but she's like, just thank God like they came to our aid. But the NADMO and the government, I don't know, they should be very, very proactive like towards this kind of disaster. It's natural, it happens, but this extra. So from like very early hours of 5 to 10, at least if not for anything, there should be boats and like another stuff on top of the water. Somebody died in front of our house
today.
So yes, just this early morning. The person died. He drowned just in front of our house. So like, if not more and other stuff, the government should be proactive in this kind of disasters, because lots of life will be lost if they are not proactive. Because in the early hours was 5, at least probably to 8, there should be not more and other people to prevent this kind of disaster. It could be it's very preventable. It's another disaster. It will occur, but they should be proactive in this kind of disasters.
Yeah, but NADMO told us that they have boats all over.
They don't have boats. The one they brought was people that we know around, and it's even rubber boats. It's even rubber boats, and it can't even carry a maximum of 2 people staff. There are 2 people already on the rubber boats. It can't even carry people of 2. It can't. So they should be very proactive. I don't know. They want to come and give us. I don't know. Like, they should be very proactive.
I know it's a difficult situation for you to have your family.
And to witness like a friend of mine die in front of me. It's very and he died like around 10. If this thing started like earlier hours around 5, so by 8 you people should be aware. You just come to our aid. But the person that earlier around 10, so by this time he's dead. He's dead and gone. A friend of mine just in front of me. The person is just drowning there because the level of the water. He can't do anything again than to give up. Yes.
What's your name, sir?
I'm James.
All right, James. Thank you very much. I wish you and your sister very well. I'm sure she'll be fine. All right, sure. All right. So this gentleman and his sister rescued by the benevolence of ordinary boaters within the community who volunteered their time to go and rescue people from down there. Well, he tells us that NADMO did not bring their boats, as we've been told, to rescue them, but fortunately for him, the benevolence of the boaters within the community have saved his and his sister's life. We're told that NADMO is undertaking its own rescue operation on that side, so we're going to check that out. Hello. Senior man, I said, oh, you are trying to make some business out of it. What the amount for crossing?
The situation here is too much. Too much. There is no way for us to pass. There is no way for motor or woman being safe to pass.
So you're taking people from here to the other end?
Yeah.
How much do you take for?
Just this one. To cross this one, 10 cedi. This one. If I cross this one, 10 cedi.
10 cedi?
Yes.
Cross 10 cedi?
Yes, if I cross this 10 cedi.
Isn't it too much? That's too expensive.
But the situation is too much. There is no way you can pass. Me say, I'm going to deliver this thing. There is no way for me to go.
So you are taking advantage of the situation and charging people 10 cedis to just cross this?
Oh, boss. Okay, I'll reduce it. I'll
reduce it.
To
how much?
5 cedi.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, so we're going to check out the NADMO rescue operation over there. Hi. If you're watching this is our live coverage of the aftermath of the flooding here in Accra. And this is Channel One TV. Excuse me, sir. Okay, so here you have another boat. This time around, I see a NADMO official in the boat, joining the rescue operation. And then you have a gentleman scoop water from his boutique. What's going on?
What do you say? What the hell? You to me encore, you don't know when I say. I come at tell you in Quanasham. Into at you from one and I black. It's only high.
Excuse me, sir. Can I just? Hi, Honourable. I understand that the Honourable Member of Parliament for Clotter is here. The Honourable Zanoto Rollins is here, watching on keenly as NADMO officials and people from the Ghana Maritime Authority. I can see that inscription on their vest. Try to rescue as many people as they can. Honourable, if we can just engage you briefly. I know you're in a pensive mood trying to assess the situation, but what has been your assessment since you've been here? This is Channel 1.
This has been quite devastating. I mean, the rainfall has been quite torrential, to put it mildly, but the flooding is on a level that I don't think we've witnessed before. We've had the police, the fire service, the 48 engineers and the Navy, as well as the fishermen who came over from Usu and brought their canoes to help in the rescue efforts. Unfortunately, there are some people who are refusing to leave their premises, and some are saying because they are afraid that there'll be looting if they leave their premises. But there's also a fire that's raging through the Odona market, which seems to be out of control. But unfortunately, the fire service is not able to access the location because the flood water is quite deep, and it's quite devastating to actually see.
I mean, we've engaged some of the residents as they are working with boaters within the community who are volunteering their time and their resources to do this, and that NADMO hasn't done enough.
NADMO is present, but NADMO did not have the relevant equipment that was required. That's why everybody's been pitching in. It's rather unfortunate. Yeah.
I mean, for a member of parliament, isn't this worrying to see that the National Disaster Management Organization goes to a disaster scene and is not well equipped to execute its mandate?
I think this is an issue that certainly I'll have to raise on the floor of Parliament, but I think it's obvious enough that there's an issue, and I have no doubt that the government is going to actually act on this quite urgently, because the mandate of NADMO is to be able to deal with all of these as an agency that should be coordinating all the other agencies in a situation like this. They do need the resources, and I think that we have to be able to approve the budget that is of the right level, for what they need to do.
Yeah, you sound really devastated, ma'am.
This is terrible.
It is. I mean, usually you're a very strong person, but I can see in your face it's difficult for you.
You have a fire that's raging. Fire service can't get access to the location to even put the fire out, which means that on top of whether we've had loss of lives, on top of all the devastation, you also have people who will now have to deal with the damage, the loss to livelihoods afterwards. This is a serious issue, and we're really going to have to sit down and have a real conversation on the action moving forward on how to address this.
Thank you very much, ma'am. The Honourable Member of Parliament for Clotter, the Honourable Zanoto Rollins, disappointed in the efforts of first responders. NADMO, we're told, have been on hand, but they have not been well equipped. They don't have the boats to do the rescue efforts. It's hard to take the volunteering of ordinary fishermen in the community to come and help with the rescue efforts here. There is some conversations currently ongoing. I'll try and understand what is happening over there.
No, so one person can go with him.
Dada, ololoko. Maybe an employee has come.
No, we have information some people have been entrapped inside, and then there is a likelihood that some lives have been lost. So what we are saying right now is that they should get there and get a first-hand information if it needs to break the door, so that we'll see if the people are not dead or they are alive, so that at least we'll bring them out.
So that's the assignment you're given?
Yeah, that's the assignment that they are taking it back. It's rather an unfortunate situation.
Yeah, but you know, I just spoke to the member of parliament. She sounded very disappointed that NADMO was not even well equipped to do this. Now you've had to use ordinary fishermen in the community.
Yeah.
So here you see a woman being carried on a man's back. And now that is what we're having to do because the state agencies are not well equipped for this.
It's rather unfortunate. I mean, this morning when we came here, you're looking at what is happening. My madam with my MC, I'm the presiding member of the assembly. So my MP, my first boss, and my second boss is the MCE. I was asked we should get this wooden boat, and we brought it to rescue the situation. Earlier on, it was not easy. Now I was even telling my boss that we need to, even at the district level, get some equipment to salvage that situation in the near future. Because sometimes if you are going to wait for NADMO at the national level or regional level, before they come, the situation will get bad.
So you think that the assembly itself should get?
Oh yes. I mean, wherever I stand, I will say it, and I will say it without fear or favor. There are some equipment that the assembly should get it. In case of like this, you know what is happening is that this is not the first time. Preventive measures should be, and one of the preventive measures is getting the right equipment as a standby. Because if we had earlier on improvised these things, I think we will not get to where we are right now. Thank you very much.
What we have now is one of the boats from the Maritime Authority, I guess, the Maritime Authority bringing their boats to help with the rescue efforts. I think for the fire that is still raging, it should be concerning because of the history, of course, of this very place, fire and flooding during the June 3rd disaster. Your madam tells us that the fire service are unable to go to that side to put out the fire. That should be concerning.
Yeah, so right now, after some deliberation with the fire service, they've been able to get a pumping machine, which they are going to use with one of the boats to get there. And we are going to use the same water to try to bring the fire under control.
How would the fire service get there?
No, the fire tender is not going there. Okay. We are getting a water pump.
Okay,
to go there with a boat. Then we'll use the same water that we have here to try to put the fire under control. I hope you are getting what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what.
We are trying to improvise a way out. You get me right? We are improvising using the water to quench the fire with a pump.
Yeah, but where are the fire officers? Okay.
They are all around. You can run around. And there's a number of them who are around here. And then, I mean, it's also going to help.
Okay, so you have the maritime boats that have now arrived. He tells us fire officers will now join the boat, go to the fire scene and try and put out the fire with the same floodwaters. So they'll be going with a pump and use that pump to sort of put out the fire. They're all trying to improvise now because the fire tender obviously won't be able to reach the fire. So they've had to improvise using the boats. You have residents who have gathered en masse watching closely. We have receiving reports that there are fears that some people may have perished in their homes. You also have the ambulance service also joining in here. So this is a joint effort. You have persons from the Maritime Authority, you have the Ghana National Fire Service, you have persons from the military, the Ghana Police Service. The Member of Parliament is here together with the MC, all helping with the efforts, trying to rescue as many people as they can. We're at Circle currently, not too far from the June 3rd disaster scene, and so the people here are worried. There you have a rescue team on the boat, going deep into the waters and trying to see if they can rescue as many people as they can. They've rescued a few people. Earlier, we saw the combined actions of volunteer rescuers rescue a young lady and her brother. The brother told us the unfortunate death of his friend right in front of him. Was quite disappointed with the efforts of NADMO, which is not far from what the Member of Parliament has told us. That NADMO does not and did not come to the disaster scene with the boats and the necessary equipment to be able to do what it is mandated to do to rescue people in disaster. So the officer. So you have those men you see from the Maritime Authority. So you have one fire officer who will join the boat. And then they will join the Maritime Authority guys.
I think one of the officers will go with the first one. He's going to. Okay.
Well, unfortunately, military officers employing force to control the crowd that has gradually developed over here. Slapping the gentleman in the short. The crowd is gradually building up. Onlookers gathering around to catch a glimpse of the rescue efforts. Now, the soldiers, in trying to control the crowd, have resorted to the use of force. You have the Member of Parliament consoling one of those who, unfortunately, has been at the receiving end of that use of force. The gentleman shedding tears that haven't been slapped by a soldier, one of the uniformed men here from the military. If you just joined us, this is Channel One TV. This is our live coverage of the aftermath of the flooding incident here in Accra. This is Circle, where first responders are working together to rescue as many people as they can. Most parts of Circle currently underwater, and then you can see in your shot rescuers returning with a boat full of people they have rescued from, I guess, their homes. The Honourable Member of Parliament told us that some of the residents are refusing to leave their homes because they fear that they may be looting in the event that they leave their homes. But these ones, fortunately for them, the rescuers have found them, and they are bringing them, if I can say, bringing them ashore to a safer ground, where they will now disembark their boat. Well, these ones, they were able to give them some life jackets.
Comment c'est?
Hey, mommy. Congratulations.
Okay.
Like one month. I want to say something to you. Number 7, no, make it here. Sure. They will get it. Pode, pá. Não problema com o bagulho dele lá. Meio não. Blow. Kelapa ni kebe. Gata ebi eyi. Aha. Yemo ne ya ne kebe. Look. Very simple instruction. You are not partaking. Go back, you won't go. Yeah, no. Mina aye. Yeah, anya ba, yeah, anya ba. Yeah, anya ba. Ame ba. Hey, got our hole, yes, got our hole. Okay, Ben, I'm going to go to the Charlie. Okay, and all right. Stomach level. There's a problem. It was just a craft. For me to send that to you. So let's talk tomorrow. Yeah, sign this.
So rescue efforts are still underway at Circle, where my colleague Charles Owusu-Kumi is reporting from. We can see officials of the National Disaster Management Organization, the Ghana Armed Forces, and they are there at Circle. Earlier we heard some officials from the Korle Klottey Municipal Assembly sought to suggest that some persons are reportedly trapped in their homes, and so they are sending officers to go verify, and if indeed, then they would have to break into those homes and rescue those persons. However, there are fears, there are concerns that some may have unfortunately lost their lives. We're praying against that, or hoping that the rescue efforts will be successful. All persons will be rescued alive. So, Fred, if you can give viewers an actual description of this area, so they know exactly where the efforts or the operation is being carried out.
So this area is when you are heading from Circle to Accra.
Right.
So after the site of the June disaster, where you had the former Goa filling station, you move a bit forward, headed towards the traffic light. You would realize that there's an Ernest Chemist warehouse around that side.
Right.
So this is the turn to that Ernest Chemist warehouse, leading you to the back of the market.
Okay.
Behind Circle and Adabraka. So this particular shot we are seeing, it's between the Adabraka area, headed towards Accra, into the market. We haven't even gone to Sahara yet because we are unable to get to Sahara because of the level of the water. In the area. So, like you said, there's been a lot of efforts by the various security agencies. So you could see the military, you could see officials of NADMO, officials of the fire service, even the police service are also there.
Right.
But one of the challenges we are told, and this is according to the Member of Parliament for the area, Zanato Rollins, says that they don't have the requisite equipment to be able to deploy to the places where we have a number of people who are trapped there. Some few minutes ago, we saw that there was now a speedboat which was brought. That speedboat, a motorized one, that's belonged to the police marine unit, which is now being deployed. Otherwise, you see the regular canoes. As we speak, on our shot, we have children being rescued from the water in there. So there are a number of houses when you go in there. So outside the NS Chemist, and there's a particular hotel around that lane. There are also a number of residential buildings in that place. And we are told that so many people are trapped there. Some of them have moved up to their buildings. Others, we are also told, we cannot confirm, according to the NADNO official who spoke to us, is that there are others who they believe are still down there, and they would want to check whether everything is fine with them, and whether they would have to break in and get them out. So in the last few minutes, about an hour, it's been an issue of rescue, sending in boats to bring people out. We've seen the aged. At a point, we saw about 2 very old women being rescued. We've seen children being brought from that particular area. On the other side, we are not able to tell
because we don't have eyes there.
We don't have eyes there because
it makes it difficult.
We are unable to. But even with the shot, you could see the fire still, the flames still burning behind the market, where we are told that there are rubber companies, plastic market over there. You could see that the flames are still burning, basically because the fire service has been unable to actually access it from where we are watching from. So far, the security agencies are putting in their very best and to see how they can rescue all the other people trapped in there. So in our shots, a little boys, children being
another
brought
boat
out
has returned
with kids,
and if you like, some fairly young men. And you can also tell that the efforts of the security agencies is being complemented by some community members.
Yes, because they know the place better.
They know the place
better than the security officers. So a lot of the community members, young men, are helping the security agencies, showing them where people are, directing them to places where they think people are trapped.
Another elderly lady having been rescued, being brought to the roadside. And clearly, I mean, it's difficult to tell, but you can hazard the guess that these persons may need somewhere to rest, somewhere to spend the night tonight.
It's not that they may, they would have to be given places to spend the night. Because looking at the time now, 3:44, and looking at the level of the water, you ask yourself that where are the people who live in this particular area going to be sleeping? Obviously, they cannot be sleeping in their homes today.
Definitely not.
And right now, I think that everybody's mind and concentration is on the rescue efforts.
Right.
I'm sure by the time the water recedes and a lot of people are now taken out from the trapped areas, what we'll now be thinking about is where to put these people over the night till the water finally recedes from their homes. It's been a long day filled with so much water across the capital. This is just one of the places we are showing you. Adabraka, earlier on we were in Chado.
Yes.
And in Chado, we could only access the places where we could see. The other places we couldn't access. Information from NADMO is that rescue missions are also taking place over there to be able to rescue people who are trapped in their homes. We saw in Chado vehicles which had been moved up over 200 meters from where they were stationed before the rain. We've also seen videos of vehicles which have been covered totally. So, I mean, today's flooding is something else. Like the Member of Parliament for Clote Kole says, this is something they have not witnessed before in a long time, unless you've been at the place for a very long time. In years, I don't think that Adabraka has, and the circle area has witnessed this kind of flood. June 3rd was a flood with fire, but this flood is a bit different from what happened in June 3rd. June 3rd,
It's the magnitude of the flooding, or if you like, the intensity of the flood waters that really makes the difference if you want to do that comparison. And as you can tell, even this canoe, if the water levels were not high enough, I don't think this canoe would have survived.
No, not at all.
And so now that the speedboat, or if you like the motorized one, the one with the outboard motors, has been brought, hopefully it increases the rescue time. So from where the people are trapped in their homes back to the main road, I'm sure the exercise will be more swifter, more faster, and smoother now going forward. But of course, they'll still need the help of some local, or if those we call the area boys.
You see, Nana, this area, this particular place we are showing now, when you go down, it can lead you to Sahara.
Right.
So you drive down, it takes you to the end of the GCB building where the market is. You take your left and it can lead you all the way to Sahara. So if this is where we are seeing, which is not Sahara, you can imagine what Sahara would look like as we speak.
Right, because Sahara, as we know it to be, would be more impacted than this area.
Yes.
It's a situation we're dealing with. Bringing you pictures of rescue efforts ongoing at Circle. Emergency response agencies combining the National Disaster Management Organization, the Ghana Armed Forces, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, frantic efforts to rescue people trapped in their homes by flood waters. Reports indicate that some have had to climb onto the roofs of their buildings because the flood waters are yet to recede. And so the National Disaster Management Organization has brought in a motor or a boat with an outboard motor now to intensify the rescue operations, which we're seeing being done in collaboration with some community members. The situation is peculiar here because just behind where the rescue efforts are being undertaken is the plastic market, which went up in flames in the morning of today. However, the Ghana National Fire Service has not been able to access the scene of the fire due to the flood waters, which is impeding their way or their efforts to go attend or go fight this fire. And so clearly the fire has been raging. We are not sure the extent of damage that may have been caused, but we are hoping that no casualties are recorded, even as the rescue efforts continue at this Circle area. As Fred described, this is the area from Circle heading towards Accra. Just after the GCB building, there's an NS Chemist warehouse where you make a right turn, and that's the lane that goes to the NS Chemist warehouse. We've seen some young men who have pushed their motorbikes through the floodwaters.
There's an update coming from the National Fire Service. So this is one of the officers of the National Fire Service,
Alex Kinati.
Yes, he says that the body of a man believed to be in his 60s has been found at Alajo along the railway line, along with extensive damage to vehicles and other properties. So the body of a man believed to be in 60s have been found at Alajo. This is very unfortunate.
Right. While we bring you pictures of the rescue efforts at Circle here in Accra, let's not lose sight of the situation in Awutu Senya East, where we hear a river has broken its banks, a community almost totally displaced, and of course the announcement by the Wejagbawe NADMO regarding the spillage of the Weja Dam, which clearly is expected to impact areas such as Weja itself, communities along the dam, the Densu, so Tetegu, SCC, Choice, Modex, all these areas are likely to be affected by the spillage of the dam. Already, these areas are inundated with flood waters following the hours of rainfall that we've witnessed. We spoke to Mamiesi, who's a production executive or a programs executive here at Channel 1 Television. Right, so let's bring you drone shots from Circle. So you can see the fire raging.
You see the flames.
Exactly, the flames are up. And I'm not sure who is, but you can see to my left from where I sit, some efforts at throwing water onto the fire. We cannot say on authority whether it's the fire service or if it's community members using the flood waters to fight the fire. But these are scenes from Circle, drone shots, showing you pictures of the situation there at Circle as efforts are being made to save lives and to salvage property, if any, remains.
So, like I mentioned earlier, so when you look at these this particular drone shot on our left, after where the fire is, see at the back of it is also inundated with water.
Exactly.
And it tells you the extent of damage the flood has caused, even though we cannot assess it now. And
but beyond the fire is the Odo.
Yes, beyond the fire is the Odo. Is the Odo River, and behind it are residential facilities over there. It's now we are getting quite a picture of what is happening within the plastic market, and the extent of damage is causing. Like you said, we are seeing people trying to get water into that particular place. We are not sure whether they are personnel from the fire service or they are just people who are trying to, from residents who are trying to find a way to help douse the fire.
It appears more of,
officials,
community members. I mean, we can see people in the reflectors and all that. I'm not too sure if these are life jackets that they are wearing, but there's quite a distance, so I'm unable to tell. But you can see efforts definitely being made to throw some water at the fire to help bring it down. But if you look at how widespread the fire is, I'm not sure how much of an impact this exercise will make in dousing this fire. Well, let's have the drone pan a bit more so we can see how far out the fire burns to.
And this fire started around 8 in the morning. This fire started around 8 in the morning. And if it's 8, and as we speak, it's about 55 minutes past 3, we are heading towards more than 5 hours,
Yes.
about 5 to 6 hours of this fire burning. It's quite a sad scene to see property being destroyed this way, and people and officials helpless in dealing with the fire. Helpless not because they are unable to deal with it because they don't have the equipment.
No.
Helpless because they are unable to reach there because of
They
the
do
flood.
not have access.
Yes, because of the flood waters. It's quite a sad scene. It's quite a sad scene.
Imagine the loss that the traders there have made. Quite difficult, if you ask me. Traders who went to sleep last night, expecting to wake up to come to work, to attend to their daily activities, only to be hit with the news of, again, fire and floods at Circle. In another month of June. Quite a difficult situation. And so there you saw it, drone pictures from Circle showing us an aerial view of the current situation at Circle, where one end of the area is in flames, another end is submerged.
So now what we see now is the Circle taxi station.
Right.
So at the point, that place is totally submerged. That place is totally
This is
submerged.
descending from?
This is descending from
the interchange.
From the interchange.
Right.
So right on your left side, where before you get to the GCB, there is this taxi station over there.
Yeah.
That place is totally filled.
Opposite that is Vienna City.
Exactly. Opposite that it's Vienna City. That's totally filled.
And then you have IPMC also a bit up ahead.
IPMC, then the Cow Bank.
Exactly.
Then the Shell fuel station over there. These are the places we are seeing now. It looks like another group of people are being sent to help rescue the people trapped in there. And now they are going with the canoes because it looks like the canoe with the outboard motor alone cannot do the job.
Do it.
They need others to support it, and these are people from the community trying to figure out how to send this canoe there. Whilst this is happening, we also have officers from the Ghana Armed Forces who are also there to keep the security and ensure that people stay away from the scene of rescue. As we said, in such situations, you find a lot of people trying to gather to get a first-hand view of what is happening.
Exactly.
And whilst they are doing that, sometimes they distract the work being done by the professionals. So you have military men who have also been stationed there to ensure that people keep their distance from where the rescue missions are taking place.
So the operation is still ongoing, and still present is the Member of Parliament for Korle Cloete, Dr. Zaneto Rawlings. She's still there. She is in the company of the MCE, who is also present there.
There's also the municipal NADMO
director
who's also
there. And so they are helping, assist with the rescue operation while assessing the situation, and hopefully some recommendations will be made after a proper or a thorough assessment is done regarding the flooding situation at a Circle. It's been recurrent, it's been happening over the years, and I do not want to throw my hands in the air in despair and give up, but we are hopeful that really there will be some innovative ways to deal with this matter once and for all. But for now, the most important thing is to save lives. And so for all those that were being told are reportedly trapped in their homes, we are hoping that the emergency response agencies are able to retrieve them, to rescue them successfully and alive. And no casualties are recorded in this area. The rescue efforts still underway. You can see officials of NADMO still engaging. I am sure they've probably... So the boat with the outboard motor has returned, but I'm not too sure what the issue is, because you've noticed that the canoes that are being paddled have gone back.
Yes.
Into the thick of events. But water is being scooped out of the one with the outboard motor.
Look, it's quite interesting. I mean, for 9 hours we've been bringing you coverage of the floods, and if 9 hours you have these floods, it can tell you the extent of floods or flood waters at the place. If the boats or the canoes we have are not strong enough, obviously you find water going into it. The security officers of the security agencies are going once again to see what they can do.
And it looks like they are going to paddle now.
Yes, they are going to paddle.
The motor might not necessarily, or perhaps where they are is too shallow for the motor to work. So they are paddling now. But then again, we see a young man in the boat scooping out water. Charles Owusu-Kumi is back on the line. He's a man on the ground. Let's engage him and find out exactly what is happening regarding this new boat that was brought in to augment the efforts of the existing ones there. Charles, thank you for staying on with us. We noticed that a new boat was brought. This had an outboard motor. However, we're not seeing this outboard motor in use. Are you able to speak to this? Are you able to tell us what is happening? Hello, Charles. Right, so we're still holding on to hear from Charles Owusu-Kumi. He's my colleague at the Channel One Newsroom. He's a man on the grounds at Circle, reporting for us on the rescue mission by emergency response agencies, the NADMO, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Armed Forces, of course, with the support of some community members. We've seen the young men in the area assisting the security agencies in their efforts to rescue trapped community members who are still in their homes, some of whom reportedly are on their roofs awaiting rescue from the security agencies. So that operation is ongoing at the Circle area behind GCB, right in front of the NS Chemist warehouse. But behind that area is where we've had the plastic market, the Udona plastic market, where we understand a ravaging fire has engulfed the entire market and has been burning since morning when it was first reported, not because the fire service is unwilling to assist, not because the fire service is not equipped to combat that fire, but because flood waters have impeded efforts of the Ghana National Fire Service. Flood waters have prevented the Ghana National Fire Service from accessing the area of the fire, because all tenders deployed by the fire service to douse or to fight the fire have not been able, will not be able to access the scene of the fire until the flood waters recede. So that's the difficulty the Ghana National Fire Service has had since morning in trying to combat that fire. However, rescue efforts continue at Circle. Charles Owusukumi is back with us. Let me find out from him what has changed since we last spoke. Concerns raised by the Member of Parliament for the area regarding the requisite equipment to help expedite the rescue efforts. Subsequently, we saw a boat, or if like a canoe, that had an outboard motor attached to it being brought in. However, we've not seen the operationalization of this outboard motor. Despite the boat being placed on the water, it's been paddled to the scene of the rescue. Charles, are you able to help us understand why the outboard motor is not being used regarding this particular operation?
Well, Tufo, you're welcome back to Circle, where rescue operations are currently ongoing. So far, the team comprising of persons from the National Disaster Management Organization, the Ghana Maritime Authority, the military, police, the fire service, they've been able to rescue around 30 people. So the Maritime Authority has brought in 2 additional boats and with some life jackets. They've been able to go in deep and they've been able to rescue about 30. Now their team is divided into 2. You have one currently working at the Sahara side, and then you have the team working here in Circle. Now, some of those who have been rescued, including old people, you have children. We have also been told that some persons have lost their lives. Just a few moments ago, an old lady came over here and she was crying. Who was crying that someone has passed on in her home. Now, this rescue operation is also being done in conjunction with fishermen within the community who have volunteered their time and resources. Even before the Maritime Authority boats came in, they were using their canoes and they were swimming in the floodwaters to help rescue the victims of this flood incident. So we just had a bang, a huge bang here. Some people are suggesting that could be the explosion of some gas of the sort, but we cannot confirm that. But we just had a huge bang here as we tried to engage some of the fishermen who have volunteered their time to conduct this rescue operation. Now we're told that this operation will continue for as long as the flood water are at the levels as they are, to try and rescue as many people as the team can. I spoke to the Member of Parliament earlier who expressed frustration and disappointment that the team that initially arrived was not well equipped to do the rescue. But subsequently, like I mentioned, you've had 2 boats come in to come help with the operation. So you see in your shot, one of the canoes returning ashore after conducting the rescue operation. You also see the smoke still billowing from the incident, the fire incident. Earlier in the morning, we received reports that there was a fire outbreak at a manufacturing company, a plastic manufacturing company here at Circle. Now, we're told that fire officers have had difficulty to reach the fire incident, and so they were now having to use the boats and a certain machine to be able to pump the water. Use the same flood waters to douse the fire. I think there's an incident here. What's happening? What's happening?
No, she said her grandchildren are inside, so we are trying to let one of the canoe go towards that direction to rescue them.
Okay.
So we need to have a first-hand information from here.
Mami, what's it? Why no?
Say pie me pra into omo be fa me pie nti nkwala no na omu si kanu nu ntime nkọ ade asam na aka ne sa na ono bia omu si kanu nu nra
Almost your mother can never call Sisiako for my band to Nabutre. Omega for my band. So a batch of rescuers have just arrived here. I see a gentleman asking for whose baby is this. Say, why about no? Oh, you share the mommy. Well, unfortunately, this baby crying is still yet to find the mother of the child. Hopefully they can find the mother of the child. Hey, Oba, is that your child? Oba. Oh, okay. So, unfortunately, we've been able to find the mother of the child. Yep.
I beg you. They need water.
Hello. Mamena or say Nana Moho no winim no. I can see that you're with her. Audience. Oh mame.
Achane.
Nti woman wo ho na na say.
Bachane me ma.
Okay. But you can't go with them to only no more.
Oh, I don't have any problem. I'm waiting for them.
So an anxious mother waiting for her kids to be brought back to her. Well, the grandmother has volunteered to go with the team.
Epacho me wala jo na mbe yale na mba ha se nti me ba ha na mba ba ye nyama nyina asai
na mfi ho obi a free ho
mpacho obi nyina ya free ho ise ni ba bi ebeda mpo ye ma hie bibia asai ala jo me baba ko ono so ho no ye nyama nyina e ho na me nyama kora wo ye nyama nyina asai
so betime yiri so 2 minutes ahade enso ntama ha but enen so na atone frite no abeton de ano den pa se hwe se kura ha na e wo so de bia enso to a entimi no ha na enuanu mo mo down no so kura on be ye den enti ano den pa enso na hire en de ye hu bi sada anytime bia ye tana enso yiri a e ba bepem but o mo ase no na enso e kan but enen so ne de abroso pa na so no ye bolless no so ye mo ye bolless no ye mo ye nya oboko joint ni aso bolla de begu oboko joint na bolla gu ha ye nya omo mbeboa edu anadwo a amanfo mbe so bɔɔla de beba begu kwan no unhu omo bo sɔre anɔpa na bɔɔla gu ni nyinaa ka ho na gates etima choke a ɛde saa ayɛ ne nyinaa ba nti ɛsrɛ mpanimfoɔ sɛ wɔn betima bɔ ho kakra a mɔmɔɛ ne nsuo tɔ a yɛn nso yɛnyɛ free ɛwɔ ɔman mu so wate ase yɛn nyinaa yɛ agu ɛkwan no yɛnya ebia ese nkran abrabɔ wonye baabi da na wosɔre na ahoɔden wɔ hɔ a ɛna otim kɔ kwan so ɛkɔyɛ adwuma nyɛ sika kakra de gu boto na wobɛsɔre ne wonye baabi ne nsuo nso bɛyiri hyerɛ dan na ɛdɛn na woka yɛsrɛ mpanimfoɔ no wɔn nka bi ma yɛ
Mr. President.
Midin de Kwame.
Kwame.
Japan, Midin.
Kwame Japan, yeah, that's it. So
They should be ready. Ambulance should be ready.
you have another team returning, with some of the victims. They are calling for the ambulance to be ready. It looks like they have some emergency on board. So they're asking for the National Ambulance Service to get ready. Hopefully it's not... So the ambulance service guys are now preparing to receive whatever emergency that they have on board, readying the stretcher and waiting to receive the emergency case that the rescuers are returning with. You have women, men, old people, babies. An old man. Seems to be the emergency, the ambulance service. They'll put him on the stretcher and get him the needed help. Well, he's been wasted away by the ambulance service. Going to get him the needed help. More people are being brought ashore to safer grounds. Hello, sir. Akwaba, where are you entering from?
Oh, patrol.
I understand. Man, no more rescue.
Sisiano. He's a former cameraman.
Oh, GBC.
Huh?
Okay. You know him personally?
I know him personally. Bahani ni way ni relative ni boy Kasena. Wafa Sisian. We New York no. New York kita dia no kono white.
I tried talking to him.
Wanyina okoye. Omuwo got anano there's a story building there. Name say nsuo no akɔ na say wa yare for some time. Well, yare ya che. No show now. Di me bo minim say I'm doing two soon and you who say oyo no.
Number 2 Efros.
FM Gideon.
What's your role here?
Me hire me community when it comes to Sanya Manyamana, me corner ya kobo na yi nkrofo fiefiem ni ade. Afin so baby a say work obi a wonim say nipa wo ho no, I give them information say munru atokro we mu nkrofo say wo ni ade. Nti no always bia no me yes adwuma no e wo area ha obi a nim me.
Thank you.
Once many assemblyman now Yejuma for years in this area.
Okay. All right, Gideon, thank you very much. So Gideon was telling us that the gentleman who has just been rescued and sent into the ambulance to get help once worked with GBZ as a cameraman. Hopefully, he'll get the treatment he needs. More people are disembarking the rescue boats. The efforts by... Hello, Mommy.
Hey.
Nana say I tell her for panya. Na wo onim say gota wa. Panya. This is the main class here at Baba. Eh. Me kai din te where you pay you but you show it here. No, where different from.
This is still a live coverage of the June 29, 2026 flooding situation in Accra. Currently, we're stationed at Circle in Accra, where rescue efforts are underway. However, throughout the day, we've been reporting from different parts of the capital regarding the flooding situation in all of these parts. We hit Tema at some point where we spoke to head of production, Victoria Dogbe. We hit several other parts of the capital where we spoke to different persons. We actually opened the phone lines and gave you the opportunity to share with us the situation in your communities or your areas, and you did so. We're grateful to you. We touched base in the Awutu Senya East constituency, where our Central Regional Correspondent, Akwesi Addo, brought us up to speed regarding the situation with the Okurudu River, which had overflown its banks in the morning. He did warn that looking at the level of the water, if the rains did not stop, then there was the probability for the river to overflow even the main bridge, cutting off several communities from the N1 and making it difficult for residents, or if like commuters, to engage in their commute, their daily commute to and from Kaswa. So that appears to be the challenge regarding the flooding situation. But pictures in your shot, live from Circle, Kwame Nkrumah Circle here in Accra. This is the area that leads from Circle to Accra. However, where the operation is, if you like, being carried out from, or if you like, the operation point is the lane that leads you to the NS Chemist warehouse. And same lane will take you to where the plastic market is, which market we've been reporting caught fire in the morning and is still burning all the way up until now because firefighters are unable to access the fire scene and to bring the fire under control. So it continues to burn even as community members engage or join forces with the security personnel or security agencies for this particular rescue operation. For the firefighting, from all indications, nothing official, or if you like professional, has been done yet because the firefighters really have not been able or do not have access to the fire itself, the roots or the scene of the fire itself to be able to combat that fire. So several boats, canoes deployed at Circle to help rescue trapped victims who have been stuck in their homes since morning after flood waters took over their homes and locked them up indoors, cutting them off from accessing the major road. So we see efforts, and like we said, and Charles clarified that indeed these are fishermen who live in the community, and they have been assisting the security agencies, or if like the emergency response agencies, to embark on this rescue operation. Clearly not an easy job, of course, having to paddle to and fro to rescue trapped people. It's been difficult, you can clearly tell, but these young men have been going all out to assist the officers in these rescue operations, and I would like to congratulate them as well. So these are pictures you're seeing from Circle, live pictures from Circle, where we understand that people remain trapped in their homes along the Odona stretch. And of course, behind that or beyond that is where the plastic market is, which market has caught fire. And also beyond that market is the where you see the Odo itself flowing in that drain there. So these are drone shots showing you how the smoke continues to billow in the air or in the skies, clearly telling or depicting the picture that the fire continues to rage at the plastic market at Odona. Efforts by the Ghana National Fire Service thwarted by the flood waters because they are unable to have direct access to the market where the fire is currently burning, making it difficult for any sort of control mechanism or any sort of firefighting to even be started. And so, yes, thick smoke billowing into the air from the plastic market at Odona, where fire has ravaged the market since about 8 a.m. today. However, access to the market blocked by flood waters, making it difficult for the firefighters to be able to access the area. However, as we have established, the most important thing is for the rescue operations to be successful, to ensure that no lives are lost, and at the end of the day, affected persons will count their losses rather than put a figure, or if you like, count a toll on number of persons who have passed. We pray and hope that the rescue efforts will be successful. And so, I mean, this will give you a clearer view of the fire situation. So flood waters blocking residents from accessing the main road, and then behind them or beyond them is a fire at the market. And so it's like you're trapped between fire and water.
Trapped between fire and water, not knowing where to pass, not knowing where to go, just hoping and praying that rescuers would reach out to you, get to you early, and save you. You don't want to feel what they are feeling now. You don't want to think what they are thinking now. Our hope is that more efforts will be put into rescuing these people.
Right.
At this point in time, we also have to commend the officers who are engaged in these rescue efforts. You know, they've been at it for hours now, non-stop, trying to reach out to everybody who is trapped here at Adabraka. On our screens, we can see the officers of the National Fire Service trying to go again. This time around, it looks like there's a new boat, which is, it looks plastic, if I'm not.
Yeah, early on they brought a few which were green in color. This one appears to be orange. Looks more like the, shudder to say, the ones you use for kayaking.
Yes.
So you can see one of such returning, but how many people really can it carry at a time?
I think at this time what they are looking at is to deploy as many
equipment as possible, as many resources as possible
to be able to get to rescue the people trapped in there.
Right.
It looks like more officers seem to be joining the rescue mission.
Yeah.
A lot more policemen are now being seen. A lot more fire service officers are now being seen. You still have the military also here
and
at the place. The NADMO officials are also there. So now you can see them pushing in another.
Those are the big one is going back.
Yes, another big boat to go in there to see how it can rescue the others. Whilst there's also a little one also being pushed in there. So I think what they are trying to do now is to send as many as possible to the place to see how they can rescue more people. It looks like there are a lot more people trapped than we imagined over there.
Very well.
And at that place, if you look at the place, a lot of residential area. It's a residential and a business area.
Right.
So you have a lot more people staying there. And you need a lot more people to also go and help. It's getting late. It's getting dark. And I think that at this point, they want to put in every possible measure to get more people out before it gets it gets dark.
Right.
It's 4:37. So I'm sure people out there will now be thinking, what happens to them? How are they going to survive? I'm sure most of these people, because of the situation, have not eaten. If your house has been inundated, I'm sure you have lost a lot of things, water, food, and everything. So it's time to get a lot of people out to be able to give them the needed things they need, water and some food to keep them going.
Right. While efforts are concentrated at SECO at the moment, it's important that we also bring to the attention of our emergency response agencies that people in Nungua, the Boade area, Nungua Boade, are also trapped in their homes and they are texting in, they are sending distress messages. They need your assistance as well. So if we're able to, let's deploy some men, some officers to Nungua Boade, where some persons are trapped in their homes. Now also in Tema Community 12, if you're going towards the Underbridge area, there's a kiosk community there where the major drain coming in from Boteman, Ashaiman passes through. There's a community that's popularly known as Tuabodom. We understand they require some assistance as well. So please, let's deploy some men towards this area and let's get some help for these people. But in the meantime, let's go to Alajo and speak to Daniel Odro Mensah. Daniel, very good evening to you and thank you so much for your time. What's the situation in Alajo at the moment?
Good evening, Nana. So after 2 p.m. that we got in here at Alajo in the Ayawasu Central Municipality, I can confirm to you that more than 3 persons have been confirmed dead as a result of electrocution. They were making an attempt to salvage some of their items through when it was raining, but because as a result of the fact that the place was still the lights were on, they didn't really take notice of the lighting system in the area, and so as a result of that, in their attempt to salvage the items, they were from what we gathered, they've all been they've passed on.
Rather unfortunate. So what's the situation regarding the flooding in the area now?
Well, still quite a number of residents are scooping the waters from their homes. You could even notice that quite a number of them, many of them are scooping waters from their home some onlookers are also talking about the issue that happened earlier in the day. And also, some also who we spoke to are saying that they do not have anywhere to actually lay their heads. And so they are calling on government to come to their aid.
Do we have any personnel from the emergency response agencies on hand?
Well, as of the time we got in, there were no officials around. We were earlier told that NADMO officials had come in when they heard that some persons were electrocuted to death. But as we speak now, there are no officials here, and not NADMO police officers. Neither of them are here. It's just the residents who are trying to scoop waters from their home.
We understand the main Alaju drain has overflown. Are you able to confirm this?
Yes, I'm currently standing by the drain, but the waters, they have not overflown, but they have actually, the level at which they were earlier, I would say that it has really come down, or it has really receded. The level is not as such what it was known to be earlier in the day.
Right. Daniel, so I can understand the level of despair among residents in the area, but what do you make of their demeanor at the moment?
Well, they are hopeless. They are disappointed. They tell me that the flooding is as a result of the main drain between Alajo and Kotobabi that is yet to be constructed. They are telling me that it's as a result of that has led to the flooding, and so they are calling on government to come to their aid to ensure that that particular drain between Alajo and Kotobabi is constructed.
Very well, very well. Daniel Odro Mensah is a broadcast journalist with us here at Channel 1 Television and City FM, reporting from Alajo, giving us updates regarding the situation. He reports that some 3 persons, unfortunately, are reported dead as a result of efforts to retrieve property. They got electrocuted and have unfortunately passed on. And that's a report sending in from Alajo. We'll work with the authorities to get some confirmation on the same matter right here on our special coverage of the flooding in Accra. Today is Monday, the 29th of June, 2026. We've been here from 7 a.m. in the morning, bringing you pictures from various parts of the capital, bringing you interviews regarding the flooding situation, and of course, giving you updates regarding the do's and don'ts, the routes to use, and of course, how important or imperative it is that you remain at home if you really do not necessarily have to step out. Of course, we ask that you remain at home, believing that home is safe and that flood waters have not inundated your home. But if indeed your homes are flooded, then we beg of you, we urge you, encourage you to find you a safer spot so that we are all safe when the flood waters do recede. In fact, we're only hopeful, but we've been told and we've been informed that we should expect some more rains later tonight. So that's what we are having to deal with. Now, when you go to Tema, we understand Sol Cement, Valco Bridge, and the pathway from Tema Newtown to the Lube Oil area in Tema Community 1 is flooded. In fact, we understand the Chemu Lagoon in Tema Newtown is overflowing and has divided parts of the community. Shining Star International School in Tema Newtown is flooded. European Market in Tema is also flooded. We earlier came across a post from I think it's Iona Rain. She says, my family is trapped at McCarthy Down Salvation Prayer Camp. Please help. We need boats for rescue or a big truck. My family is trapped at McCarthy Down Salvation Prayer Camp. Please help. We need boats for rescue or a big truck. So that's the situation there. Let's speak to a member of the Public Relations Department of the Ghana National Fire Service, Alex King Nati. Good evening to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
I almost mentioned the other name, but
no comment.
Very well, very well. So the situation in Alajo, or the report we get from Alajo, is that unfortunately 3 lives have been lost. Are you able to confirm same?
So, for Alajo, it's just 1 life that is unfortunately lost, which is a man believed to be in his 60s. Personally, I'm still waiting on I've called the police and I'm waiting on them to come and help us get a body for preservation. I can confirm 3, apart from the Alajo, the man in his 60s at Alajo. I can confirm 3 other. I can confirm 3 other casualties.
Right.
A woman and a child at Achimota Alubushi, and then a man at Achimota Bufu also. These are so making 4 confirmed. The deaths that I can confirm are 4. I'm hearing there might be other deaths, but I want to make sure that it's coming from a credible source before I can confirm that one also.
Very well. I'm sure you must have been busy all day going around the various affected areas. So give us an overview of what the situation is as per your assessment as the Ghana National Fire Service.
Well, the situation is one that I would say is not a situation that is more than the ability, or it exceeds the ability of the Ghana National Fire Service. But for limited resources, this shouldn't be a problem that would even require so much stress. But then, with the limited resources that we are dealing with, even with that, we've made sure that as many people as possible that need our services, we've reached out to them. Since dawn, we've been embarking on a lot of rescue activities, from Adabraka to Ashaman to Taifa to Chadu. At Chadu, it became a multi-agency collaboration where we collaborated with the police and the military, brought in some boats to help us rescue about 105 people who were trapped in their homes. And so it's one that we are hoping that if more resources are channeled to the Ghana National Fire Service, our other brothers who are with other agencies can concentrate on other jobs that they do, so that at least we can be able to work without having to burden them or disturb them with our roles also. But either way, as a service, we've been very much committed to our duty, and I can say that we are performing it to the best of our knowledge, the best of our ability.
There is also the issue of the fire situation at Odona, at Circle. What's the latest regarding this?
So our officers had a very hard time trying to get access to the seat of fire. The whole area was flooded, thereby making accessibility a very big problem for us. Initially, our men tried getting close to fight the fire, but very honest, they couldn't get so close, even though they had tried their best to contain the fire. Accessibility was a problem. The good news from what I've gathered is that because the fire, the rain has gone down, the floodwater is subsiding, and so it's making it creating a way for us to now get access there. So we are steadily still working on making sure that the fire is under control. And so I can tell you that our officers are still there working hard to make sure that the damage is limited.
You've mentioned some areas where you've carried out some rescue operations, but if we look at how widespread the flooding has been today, covering areas all the way from Tetegu, if you like, from Kasua through Tetegu, all the way to Tema Newtown. What has been your strategy for deployment? And of course, what strategies have you employed to augment your work as the Ghana National Fire Service in this particular situation?
So, as I had mentioned earlier, multi-agency collaboration is something that has been there and will continue to be there. And so, where the fire service lacks, or the fire service, in terms of logistics, needs support, inter-agency collaboration is always the way in order to help make sure that, I don't know, the focus is to help to save lives. And so, if collaboration, having a multi-agency collaboration will help us achieve our aim, there's nothing stopping us from doing that.
Well, we've had concerns about logistics, and I just want to find out, in a situation like this where we have widespread flooding, what sort of logistics are you looking at? What sort of logistics are required to help make your work easier and, more importantly, faster, so that we are able to save lives?
Well, the logistics are a lot. We've always bemoaned that if we get, we require rescue boats in situations like this. People will ask, but there are boats around. No, we have boats and we have rescue boats. These rescue boats should be well equipped to be able to carry out our featherweight pumps. Look at a situation like what's happening at Odona at the moment, where we are not able to get access. Imagine we had a firefighting boat. We would have been able to put our featherweight pump on it, use the boat to get close to the scene and prime the water that is there, mix it with our foam concentrate and fight the fire. But this is a situation that we don't have those firefighting boats, and our vehicles also cannot get so close, so it makes the firefighting very difficult. So if we get firefighting boats, that will be a call in the right direction. Getting pickups would also help. Some of these pickups, when we get it, we will be able to convert it into rapid intervention vehicles. These rapid intervention vehicles can be used to quickly get to incident scenes where people are trapped, with specialized rescue equipment to get there on time and to be able to save people. And we also need PPEs. It's unfortunate that our PPEs are not enough. And so a crew that is, the PPEs might be enough for the crew on duty. And a crew taking over will have to still wear the same old PPEs that the other team is taking off, which is not good for hygiene. You know, so we need a lot of these logistics. We need a lot of cutting tools, a lot of extrication tools, so that when people are trapped, we need to cut, we need to create space in order to be able to safely bring people out. These extrication tools can be used, because besides fire, we attend to accidents. When there's flooding, we are there. When there's bee attacks, we are there. When there's road collision, we are there. When people fall in manhole, we are there. These are all stuff that we do, and we require a lot of these pickups, a lot of vehicles, so that I think somewhere last week, a benevolent person donated a pickup to our team at Peki. Phenomenal. If such things, and Peki, for instance, they record a lot of accidents than even fires. And so if people out of benevolence can identify some of the areas they come from and then donate pickups to be able to serve special needs like this, trust me, our response time will be much quicker, and people will appreciate our work much better because they will see the kind of work that we put out.
Wonderful, wonderful. Now, you spoke to us about casualties recorded in Alajo. Are there any record of any other casualties in any other area?
So as I said, Alajo was just one person, a man, but Achimota Alubushi, near the Achimota new plant, we had 2 casualties there, a woman and a child. And then at Achimota Abufu, we had 1 casualty. I'm hearing of another casualty at close to the circle where our men are, but it's not something I've been able to verify yet. So I wouldn't want to jump the broom and mention that as part of the casualty figures I have.
It looks as though we are going to have a long day, but so are you, because the Ghana Meteo has announced that really we're expecting more rains this evening. So we're still on the grounds together?
Exactly. And as a service, as I speak to you, there are more fire calls, there are more rescue calls that our officers are attending to. There's no holiday for us. And I would want to dissuade people who think that during rains, fire service are on holiday. We never have a holiday. Rain or shine, they all present their own unique risk when it comes to fire. And so there's never any time that we are. So our officers just finished extinguishing a fire at Nyandaba Estate, and that's what they're giving that's what they're giving the reports right now. So we report fires every time, and so just implore people to stay vigilant. Would ask people to support us where they can with logistics, and then also would ask people to again be each other's keeper in prevention prank calls. Also, the Interior Ministry came up with a directive asking people to stay home if they have nothing to do. It's a call that we strongly support, and we implore people that looking at the situation, because either driving or walking, you are presented with risk, because when walking, an energized electricity pole can fall on the ground and then leave the wire in the water. Walking in it can lead to electrocution and to your death. Driving in the rain also can also be proved to be dangerous. So as much as possible, let's limit our movements during periods like this. And before we step out, let's check on the Meteo's updates so that we can be able to get better updates to update ourselves and then prepare ourselves in case of emergency.
You have answered my final question even before my asking, because I was going to ask for the basics in safeguarding lives within this period, even as we expect more rains tonight. But you have answered that question. Alex Kenati, thank you so much always for your time and, of course, your dedication to this country.
Thank you so much. I'm very grateful, sir.
Right. Assistant Divisional Officer Grade 1, Alex Kenati is a member of the Public Relations Department of the Ghana National Fire Service, bringing us some updates regarding the figures, which unfortunately we were hoping and praying against, but we would have to deal with it. So it looks like generally so far the death toll can be put at 4. Yeah.
One at Alajo. There are others at Achimota.
Achimota, the main drain area 2, and then Achimota Abufu 1.
Quite unfortunate. It's unfortunate that you lose human lives because of circumstances like this.
Right.
It's a sad situation.
Indeed.
But then we still have to put in more effort to ensure that others do not lose their lives as we speak. There's more efforts being put in place to rescue others. Even though it's sad that we've lost 4, we still have an opportunity to save many more who are trapped in this flood waters in various areas across the capital, Accra. And would want the officers who are already putting in their best to put in more efforts to ensure that people are rescued. Whilst we are encouraging our officers to ensure people are rescued, we also have to advise members of the public that continue to remain where you are, continue to remain in the house. There's no need for you to go out. Just stay home. If it is important because you need to be at a safer place, yes, you can. But if it's not, and it's just about going out to go and do something or meet someone or engage in an activity, those things can wait for now. When it rains like this and after flood waters, some of the times there are other things which come up where you would not see or would not even know. So even though the waters may have receded drastically in certain areas, there are still issues of power, there are still issues of anything can happen to you on the road. So till you are asked or it's said that it's safe to step out, please remain indoors and ensure that you are safe, your family is safe, whilst the people out there can also do their work to rescue persons who are trapped in areas with water. Outside that, we would still let people know that there are still areas which were affected today by the flood waters, and would have to draw people's attention to it. So Chado is one of the areas which was heavily affected by this particular flood today. You have areas such as Achimota, just like Kinati said, Alex Kinati said, which also was affected by today's flooding. You have Ashaman, you have Apollonia, you have Kotobabi down, you have parts of the N1, which also was affected in the course of the day. You have areas such as the Ghana Standards Authority headed towards Shiashi. You have the Gimpa bypass also affected. You have Alajo. Alajo was affected. There was Teshi and the Teshi Bush Road, which were affected.
Right.
You have the Alogboshi area, which was affected. Taifa, Spintex. All these areas were affected by the rains and floods today. We are still following up with the issue around the Kaswa Doku Chakupe.
That's a very if you're not familiar with it, it's a mouthful.
Yes. Area, the Iron City area. We are also following up at the Weja area, where we have been informed by the Ghana Water Company and the NADMO within that area that there's some spillage which is taking place as of now, because they need to save the dam from collapse. So we are following up around that area. There's the Nyanyanyo Cave area, there's the Gao line, there's the Iron City. All these areas were affected, and we've been giving you pictures and videos from live videos from Adabraka and Circle.
So this particular one is a drone shot of the main Achimota
drain.
Yeah.
This particular drone shot was taken some hours ago. So some hours ago, this was how the situation was around Achimota.
You can see how the flood waters have chopped into the land on the right-hand side. So you can see the level of erosion.
Yes.
So but down here it opens up wider than upstream, and I should tell you that one side of the drain perhaps has broken.
It's broken because when you take a look at the drain, you realize that the sides are all blocked.
Exactly.
But it gets to part where between the bridge and some part of the drain which is broken. So the water is then moving, finding its way towards where you find some of the residential buildings in the area. So Achimota, like we said, was heavily affected. And Alex Kinati tells us that we lost some lives in Achimota. Chado was heavily affected. Chado was one of the areas heavily affected. As we speak on the screens, this is the residence. This is an apartment, and you can see almost all the vehicles in that particular house have been covered by water. It tells you the extent of damage.
These are not sedans, so you see 4x4 vehicles that are almost fully covered, fully submerged.
Fully submerged. And even look at the building itself and the level of the water of the story.
You can tell the entire ground floor is gone.
The entire ground floor is gone, and you wonder where the people in this particular building would have been. We hope that all of them are safe. We are hoping that they were able to get to higher grounds, so that yes, they may have lost property, but then their lives, we pray, is safe, and they'll keep going. So this is the Chado area. Chado was heavily affected. We caught up with the MP for the area, who's also the deputy local government minister, and she says that Chado has never witnessed such a situation. And this is the first time it's witnessing such amount of floods in the area. We saw about 5 or 6 or 7 vehicles, we are told, were washed or moved 200 meters away from where they were parked initially.
Parked. It's not like they were even in motion.
They were not in motion, they were parked. They were moved by the flood waters. So it's been a very difficult time in Accra today, from morning, from dawn actually, 4:30, even before 4:30, the rain started to 1 a.m. It went all the way to somewhere midday.
Right, so these are pictures from Tema Newtown. And you can see how high the flood waters have risen. They are actually at the level of the bridge itself.
You can't even see the bridge.
You can't even see the bridge. You're actually driving in flood water on the bridge.
On the bridge, you can't even see the bridge. That is why a lot of people were, the advice was do not drive.
Exactly.
Because
you are not sure.
Because you are not sure where it is. We are told that if the water is, was it 2 feet, it could move you away.
Yes, let me just get that confirmation.
The water was 2
3
feet.
inches could move you, and then 6 feet could move
the
vehicle.
So, Accra has witnessed floods, but not to this level. And the floods we are seeing today in Accra is on a different level. And the video we are currently seeing, or we are watching, it's on...
All right, so 6 inches of flood waters can knock you down, and then 2 feet can carry a car.
Yes.
Right.
So, and the videos we are seeing now is from Alajo.
This is Malam.
This is Malam.
This is Malam.
Okay.
This is Malam.
You see
Princess International School, that area.
People swimming in the water just to find a safe place to be. It's something we have not seen. It's something we've not witnessed.
Yeah.
Even if it has happened before in a very long time, we've never seen such a situation. It's quite worrying. It's sad. We are told that in areas like this, the water has receded a bit.
Right.
Even though there's still some water in some of the homes, it's not at this level as we speak. The only concern, like we mentioned earlier, is that we are not sure of how the spillage and what the spillage would also bring in the course of the day and the
this
evening.
also happens to be one of the key areas at risk. So the key areas at risk of the spillage and its attendant flooding: Tetegu, Weja, SCC, Old Barrier, Oblogo, Malam Junction, Aplaku, Botiano, parts of Sampa, and other communities downstream of the dam. So all these areas are at risk. It is advised that persons living within these areas, especially if you're on the lowland, you move to a safer place, a safer spot on a highland. But also some unfortunate news coming in from the Ordona Circle area, where rescue operations are ongoing, is that one life has been lost. Another life lost. And this is from our reporter, Charles Owusukumi, who is actually on the grounds now. He reports that one life has been lost at Ordona Circle, where rescue operations are currently underway to, if you like, save persons trapped in their homes as a result of the flood water. So quite unfortunate there. We also understand from videos we are receiving that the University of Ghana's Mensa Saba Hall is flooded. University of Ghana's Mensa Saba Hall is flooded even as Monday's rain intensifies. So, like we mentioned earlier, we're bringing you a special coverage of the flooding situation in Accra. We're hitting all parts of the capital that have been affected by the flooding situation, and we're doing this so that you are informed and you are aware of the situation and what to do and what not to do, which routes to use. That is, if really it is important and necessary that you have to step out and then of course how to stay safe out there. So per our collation this morning, we're able to put together some areas which we've characterized as most affected areas, and then we brought to you other affected areas. So let's look at the most affected areas and where they can be located. So we're looking at Jowlu, we're looking at Malam, Kaneshi, Spintex, Adabraka, Weja, and the Kwame Nkrumah interchange. And these are some of the areas that have been mostly affected by the floods. And then we have a list of other affected areas. But it's 11 minutes past 5 p.m. We're bringing you a live coverage of the flooding situation on Channel 1 television. But if you are listening to us on 97.3 City FM, welcome to Eyewitness News.
Detailed news, unparalleled coverage. City News on 97.3 FM. Eyewitness News. Be there as it happens. City News.
Thank you for staying with us. This is Eyewitness News on 97.3 City FM, also broadcasting live on Channel 1 television. Our special coverage of the flooding situation in Accra. I am Nana Tufo Boateng. I'm in studio with Fred Tete Jabano, and we'll be hitting the various areas that have been affected by the flooding situation across the capital. Heavy morning rains have caused widespread flooding across several parts of Accra. We've spoken to the Minister for the Interior. He has issued an advisory regarding the flooding situation, and of course is sitting atop of the operations to rescue affected persons, trapped persons across the capital. Also, we'll be touching base with our reporters in several parts of Accra who will be bringing us up to speed regarding the situation there. We're still putting together the figures, or rather, unfortunately, something we do not wish to be doing, but however, we need to do it so that we can keep you informed, keep you updated. The death toll, hopefully it stays where it is and does not rise any further, but we can confirm to you that there's been a reported death in Alajo, 3 in Achimota, 1 now as we speak at Odona Circle, where rescue efforts are frantically underway. We've seen personnel of the emergency response services, the NADMO, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Armed Forces deploy equipment into and on the floodwaters in a bid to rescue trapped persons at the Circle Odona area. You can see a vehicle being carried away by floodwaters in that video on your screens now. But let's speak to Nana Kwabena Wilson. He's the head of online here at Channel 1 Television and 97.3 City FM. He had to make a U-turn and return home when he attempted to come to the office today. Let's speak to him on what the situation is within his area. Thank you so much for your time, Kwabena. Walk us through what your day has been like today regarding the flooding situation, the areas you attempted using, and what difficulties you had to face.
This one, it's been, I wouldn't say it's been a hectic day because I just had to return home. So, but it's just been one crazy day in this side of town. So this morning I decided to leave home around 5:45, around 5:45 thereabouts, and then I got to SCT Junction. But I mean, just before I got to the junction around 5:45, there was very serious traffic on the road, and so I just had to return to try and use another road that will link me to inside the Weja town and then that can bring me to Awushi and then to Tesano. But then I got to that part of it and I realized that no, the road there was blocked completely. I mean, cars were just had to, almost all the drivers had to turn and then go back home. So I just then decided to then turn and return home. But not too long ago, so around 12 midday, I decided to go to the mall because I didn't have power at home and I needed to do some work.
Right.
So I decided to go to the West Coast Mall to get somewhere to sit and plug my laptop. And on the main Kaswa SEC Malam Road was total chaos. There was, in fact, the drivers who were, all the drivers who were coming from Kaswa towards SEC Junction to Woodbury to Malam, the part of the road from Botiano towards the mall was blocked, and so they then decided to use the other lane where you have the cars going towards Kaswa, and then they managed to block that road as well because nobody was directing them. Everybody was just being indisciplined on the road, so that place was also blocked. Now, when you get to SEC Junction, from SEC Junction towards the Wood Barrier, that road was completely gone. It was, I mean, there were cars that had been submerged, and the road was gone. Trucks, even tipper trucks, I've seen 2 trailers that were stuck and couldn't even move. And it went all the way to Wood Barrier to Kaswa. So almost everybody who was from this side of town who was attempting to go to town was stuck. It's just some few minutes ago, I left the mall some 20 minutes ago.
Right.
And we are beginning to have some semblance of discipline on the road because we have some police officers who have come around and have tried to negotiate drivers to back onto the main road because at least the rains have stopped and the flood waters have somewhat subsided. So at least some part of the road is now motorable. So
Right.
the road between SEC Junction, where you have the Noble House restaurant, towards Wood Barrier, it's still not motorable, but at least the drivers are being diverted onto the other lane where you have drivers driving towards Kaswa. So one lane has been dedicated to drivers who are attempting to go to town. And so now the traffic is beginning to flow on the main Kaswa SEC road. So that's what has been happening here, and that's what we've had to deal with.
But you have a peculiar situation regarding traffic, especially in the mornings on that particular stretch. So give us a description of that as well.
Yeah, so in the morning, as for, before the rain, today's rains and flood, we've had to deal with a very serious situation over the last 1 month or so, over the last 1 month or 2, actually.
Right.
Because, you see, the problem around Wija SCC, our main roads, they are in 2 folds. Now, the first part of the problem is when you are coming from Kaswa, Botiano, Amanfum, all those areas, and you get to SCC Junction. Now, SCC Junction is just after the West Coast Mall, so that's the traffic light to create a pictorial, proper picture in the minds of people. If you say SCC Junction, that's just the traffic light right after the West Coast Mall. Now, right after the West Coast Mall, between SCC Junction and Old Barrier, normally it should take you less than 2 minutes to cross that part. Now, that's the first part of the problem. Between SCC Junction and Old Barrier, you have that Atala shop where they saw the iron rods. That's the road in front of that company. It's terribly terrible. I don't know the right way to describe that road. It's crazy because there is a big Gaza that runs in front of the mall that comes to Noble House. Now that Gaza has been completely filled with sand. Because of the flood waters that have been filled with sand. And this is a very huge Gaza. That takes all the wastewater that comes from Botiano and Red Top and all that. Now that wastewater now has diverted onto the main road. So it has contributed in completely deteriorating the road between Atala and Old Barrier, and it is very difficult to drive on that road because you would have to drive at a snail's pace to get to Old Barrier. And that's a problem that has been there for years. I mean, it's been there for the last 5-6 years. And nobody, the assembly, the MP, the road, nobody has attempted to even solve the problem. Nobody has even attempted to solve the problem. At least for the last 6 years that I can remember, nobody has attempted to solve the problem. Now, when you get to Barrier, then you've caused the first part of the problem, which you spend roughly around 1 hour just crossing from SCC Junction to Barrier. 1 hour gone. When we get to Barrier, then the real problem now begins.
Yeah.
Between Barrier to Malam Junction is a headache because the Malam Junction road, just from McCarthy Junction to where you have the Malam Junction bus stop before you join the N1 highway.
Okay.
Just that small portion of road that should take you 30 seconds to cross. Just that small portion has seriously deteriorated to the point that you can't even drive even 2 kilometers. You can't drive if you are driving. You have to even drive around 1 kilometer per hour because the road is that bad, and so you have to take your time. So all the cars that are moving in the morning, when they get there, you have to slow down. So because of that small slowdown that the drivers will have to now negotiate, it builds up the traffic from Malam Junction all the way to Old Barrier, and you actually have to thank your God if you spend 2 hours and below in that traffic every morning. If you leave home around 6 a.m., the earliest you can get to the office will be around 8:30 or 9. It has happened to me quite a number of times. Last week, the last 2 weeks, last 3 weeks, anytime I leave home after 6, I get to the office after 8 or 8:30, sometimes 9 in the morning. And it's just, I don't think it will even take a day to fix that portion of the Malam Junction road to ease the traffic, and this is a problem that has persisted for the last 2 months. And it's actually very disappointing for us who live in this side of town because this is a major road that links to 3 different regions. We are talking about Central Region, Western, North, and then it leads you all the way to another country, like Côte d'Ivoire. So I'm wondering why this small portion has deteriorated to this level, and nobody cares. Nobody is attempting to fix the problem, and we all have to endure and be in traffic. So you spend 4 hours coming to work, and then when you close and you are going home, you spend another 2-3 hours to get home. It's crazy, and it's a difficult problem. I don't want to think of how the road looks now because of what has happened today.
Exactly. Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. What do you think it will look like?
I really don't want to think. I'll get to know the full picture properly tomorrow morning. What my plan is to leave. If we are lucky and the rains don't come down again, I plan to leave home as early as 5 a.m. tomorrow. And I really don't want to think how the road looks because anytime it rains, it carries a lot of silt from where you have the Eden Heights apartments. It brings them all the way, it clogs the drains and onto the street. The best that the assembly will do is that they will bring this truck to clear the silt, and then they will, in their own wisdom, they will leave the sand at the side of the road and go. And so when it rains, then the rains will just now spread the sand again onto the road. And on Friday, when it rained last, somewhere around Saturday or so, Thursday or so, they tried to clear the sand from the road and then left it by the side of the road. Yeah, so I am thinking that as I speak to you now, that sand has now been washed back onto the road, and it will be very difficult for anybody to drive on it. So that's a particular problem that we have been dealing with, and I'm sure this situation has been compounded by the rains that we've seen today.
Right. Have you seen any attempt at working on this road in recent times?
No. So on Friday, on my way home, around 9:30 p.m. when I was on my way home, when I got to Malam Junction, I saw some heavy equipment there. The spot I'm talking about. And in my mind, I thought, oh, finally, they are coming to fix the road. That's what I thought.
Wow.
Unfortunately, on Saturdays, I had to go to town. To my shock, when I got there, the road was still the same. And all the machines had vanished. And nothing had been done to the road. And the road was still the same. And so I asked myself, So what happened? What did I see on Friday? And then I realized that the president. I was with a friend who told me that the president. So this is a speculation that that's what we came up with. Some of myself and some of the guys in the area.
Right.
Because the president was supposed to be in the central region on Saturday.
For his research tour.
So we don't. Yes, for his research tour. We don't know whether he drove to central region or he flew, and his convoy. Because I saw his convoy on Saturday. Going towards town. So I don't know if he was in the convoy or he flew. I don't speculate. But I don't know whether that was his convoy, but I saw a very long convoy that was moving towards town on Saturday. And so we are all thinking that maybe that's the reason why they took the machine there to create a section that the road is being fixed. I want to believe that is not the case because I don't know what they were doing. I want to believe that's not the case. I have tried to call the MC since Saturday. Unfortunately, he hasn't picked my call, so I don't want to believe that's what was happening. I want to think that maybe they were trying to fix the road and something happened and they left and they will come back, hopefully, to fix the situation for us. Because this is a serious problem we have to deal with. And I don't know how else we can, because we've done stories about this, we've sent reporters there. I don't know what else we can do before we realize that this is a serious problem for somebody to come and fix that part of the road.
It's a difficult situation. We're hoping that it improves and gets better. But within your community, are you recording any flooding situations?
So the thing with SCC is that, part of where I live and other parts of SCC, if you know SCC very well, so this is where I live is around the SCC, where the DVLA office is. That part of town is a bit on the hill. So where I live is a bit hilly. So when it rains, my area doesn't really flood. I mean, the roads are we fixed some of the roads and all that. So, but when you go towards, so the problem is towards where we call Ashbread. There's a place called Ashbread. That is towards, then it means you are going towards the Wizard Dam area. That is where we have problems, and that's where normally flood. But on this side of the town, towards Botiano and the rest of the area doesn't really flood like we've seen in town, like we've seen happening in other areas. Our main problem for us here is the main road, which is actually the main problem. But when it comes to the communities, it's just the roads, inner roads that will normally will be washed away by erosion and all that. But the areas we don't record severe flooding like we are seeing in other areas like the lakeside and Circle and Odona and those areas. We don't experience that level of flooding, at least from what I know from this area. Our main problem is the main road. So once you cross the main road and you cross that Akala area, it is a serious problem, and the Malam Junction area, at least you. But today, what happened? I noticed another level of flooding around Tetegu, which normally doesn't flood when it rains. Normally it doesn't. But Tetegu area, the road was cut off. I've seen videos and I spoke to people who left a bit earlier, and so the road was cut off around the Tetegu area. And I've also been informed that they are trying to, I think they want to spill the dam because of the water levels. So then that's going to create another problem around the Tetegu area. But this side of town, the SCC inside, when it comes to Igbe town, all the way to the Azuma Red Top, we don't really record massive flooding like people are experiencing in town.
Very well. Wilson, thank you so much for speaking to us. Nana Kobna Wilson is the online editor here at Channel One Television and City FM. And, he was also caught up in all the trouble that came with the flooding situation this morning. Let's still stay on the phone lines. Let's extend the conversation beyond the SCC area where Wilson spoke to us from. We're going into the Awutu Senya East municipality where Akwesi Ado, our Central Regional Correspondent, is stationed. Akwesi, thank you so much for your time, and kudos to you for all the work you've been doing throughout the day regarding the flooding situation. All day I've been struggling with the name of the town. The town after the Okurudu River, which was inundated. Dokuche Kope.
Yes.
Dokuche Kope. Thank you so much, Akwesi. What is the latest regarding Dokuche Kope? Early on when we spoke, looks as though the entire community had been displaced. Has help come the way of the residents of Dokuche Kope?
Okay, thank you. So early in the morning, the Eltisenia East Municipal NADMO Directorate paid a visit to the community to acquire first-hand information on what was really transpiring in that part of the municipality. But I should say that in the course of the day, when the rain continued to pour down heavily, the situation escalated. So in the mornings around 5:45 a.m., the water level was at around the ankle level of an adult. But as we progressed into around 9 a.m., 10 a.m. thereabouts, it began rising and then getting to the window levels of many homes. And so as I speak with you now, several thousands of residents in that particular community, Dokuche Kope, have been rendered homeless. Same can be said about Gawo Line and then Komite areas, which are also neighboring communities to Dokuche Kope and only separated by the Okudu River. So what is happening in the other part of or on the other side of the river is also happening on that other side also. And so it means that many people tonight and then subsequent nights would really find it difficult to find a place to lay their head. They are going to remain stranded. It's really been a very difficult period for the people. And then we are also learning about the unfortunate demise of some people. So we are recording casualties, but these are yet to be confirmed officially by either the NADMO or any other emergency response organization. So with regards to the Dokuche Kope, just a few meters to the Okudu River on the N1 highway, we are told about 7 persons attempted to come to the roadside, and then they all got trapped midway the journey. So it took some persons who helped to rescue 4 out of these persons, and then they could not trace the whereabouts of the other 3. And then also in that same community, we are learning that about 3 people were also swept away by the floodwaters, so it makes it 6. Then at Crespo City, we are also gathering reports about a woman who was working in the floodwaters with 2 of her children, and they were all swept away by the current, which was very high in that particular area. And it is that same Okudu River that runs through the Crespo City. I just spoke to the Eltisenia East Municipal NADMO Director, Nat Nyande, who has been performing a very wonderful job from 2 a.m. with his team. And he's telling me that almost every part of the municipality is flooded. So Haswa is made up of 13 electoral areas. And according to the Eltisenia East NADMO Director, we have reported flooding situations in communities in all the 13 electoral areas. And so the situation has become very difficult for them to deal with because they are not well resourced. Now, in the Dokuche Kope, it took some residents who mobilized to bring 2 canoes to conduct rescue operations in order to reach out to people, and these are aged and children who were trapped in their homes. It is too early for people to put together whatever they have lost to the flooding, because even though the situation is improving, floodwaters are yet to completely recede for people to have access into their homes. But in the other part of the municipality, where they do not live closer to any major river body, and where their flooding situation can only be attributed to the lack of properly constructed drains, the situation has greatly improved. People are going back to their homes. They are trying to salvage items that have not been destroyed yet, and then also to clean their rooms and see whether there will be a place to lay their head. So Nana, if you ask me, this has been the situation here in the Otusenya East Municipality or Kaswa. So unconfirmed reports suggest about 9 persons cannot be found following the torrential rains and then the heavy flooding situation that hit the municipality.
Wow. Quite troubling if you ask me, but of course there were reports of flooding in other areas as well. So bring us up to speed with the other affected areas and what has happened since we last spoke.
Okay, Nana, so the situation on the main Kaswa-Nyenyano highway, we are taking information that has greatly improved. As I speak with you now, the rains have completely stopped. It's no longer raining. It's only drizzling, but in very small quantities. But the weather still appears to be, the atmosphere is still cloudy, signaling that there may be any further rain. But for now, the people in Nyenyano can commute in and out of the community. But then also, we are still having some areas in Nyenyano that have also gotten flooded, throwing residents in a very discomforting situation at this point in time. We also picking signals that some areas in the central region, Cape Coast, for instance, some parts of Cape Coast have also gotten flooded, and then the NADMO is responding to some of these issues. We've also had a word that apart from Cape Coast, some other municipalities, particularly the flood-prone municipalities in the central region, have also gotten flooded, and then the NADMO headed by Christina Wood are trying their best and doing everything possible. Now, what the NADMO is doing here in the central region is to avoid casualties. So they continue signaling warnings and then also stepping up rescue efforts to ensure that people are safe. The next hurdle that we are yet to deal with is to have properly designated areas for those who have become displaced to at least seek some sort of refuge or respite from those centers. Now, it looks as if whatever efforts the NADMO officials are putting in is a knee-jerk approach to the problem. These activities are not properly coordinated, and I say so because even though they are doing the rescuing, after people are rescued, we do not know or we do not have designated points where these people should at least go to and then wait for a while until the situation in their communities have improved when they can now return. And so it's really going to be a very difficult night for people whose areas have gotten flooded here in the central region, Nana.
Akwesi, talk to me about the Okrudu River. But before that, is it still raining?
Nana, it isn't raining at this point,
right?
But still cloudy. And once it gets cloudy from the eastern part of Kaswa, then there is higher chances of rain. And the clouds are still forming, but looking at the direction they are moving to, it may happen that you are not going to receive any rain. But the chances of rainfall here, particularly in Kaswa, anything can be possible. And if we continue to receive any further rain, that means we are going to deal with an extremely volatile situation so far as this flooding issues is concerned.
Right. So I'm asking about the Okrudu River, and I'm linking it to whether it's still raining or there are indications of rain yet to come, because early on we reported that if the rain had not stopped during the day, then the river was going to overflow the bridge. Is that the challenge?
Nana, so the river could not overflow the bridge, so it came to the edge of the road.
Right.
And then when it stopped raining, the waters began receding. But I was just comparing some photos I took from this very same spot in the year 2019 to the pictures I have taken today. And just as I indicated earlier on, speaking presently, almost all the properties along the banks of the Okrudu River reach collapsing. And this will be very disastrous. and would likely displace quite a number of people. So what is happening is that the Okudu River keeps expanding its bank. And so we are now having places that previously served as buffers of the river being washed away, placing the immediate structure into extreme danger. There is a car washing bay that has been completely washed away today. There is this gas filling station sitting at the edge of the Okudu River, and the reinforcement mechanisms that were put in place has now been breached. So it means that gas filling station wouldn't also be safe, sitting in its current situation. When I spoke to the municipal NADMO director, Nancy Nyande, he agreed with me is that the continued dredging of the Okudu River is now proving to be unsustainable. And so government should, as a matter of urgency, channel resources into constructing permanent drainage channel to contain the Okudu River and the volumes of water that is received from the community anytime it rains, in order to effectively deal with the situation. Or else we are really to deal with a very tight or difficult situation here in the Otusenya East municipality, should it rain heavily like it's done from last month until today.
Right. So what sort of relief has been made available for the residents of Dokuche-Kope?
For now, the people are yet to receive any sort of relief. And it is really going to be very difficult for people to feel today. Because, Nana, walking around Kasua today, it's become difficult to really find most of the popular local eateries operating today. Myself, this morning, I haven't eaten because almost all the popular joints that I know in Kasua are not operating today. And most of the communities that have gotten flooded, Nana, you can imagine, if you are receiving flood water up to the window level, it means that your kitchen is flooded. So even if you were storing food stuff in your house, by now, they have all been destroyed.
Right.
So what people are going to live on for tonight is really going to be very difficult. So now the sort of relief that people would need would be, one, what to eat, and then two, where to lay their heads tonight. And as a matter of urgency, the government and then the National NADMO Directorate should map out a very robust and well-coordinated operations to ensure that people get some sort of relief, or else it's really going to be very difficult for people.
Akwesi, are you able to gauge the population of Dokuche-Kope?
The population of Dokuche-Kope, Nana, we may be running into 100,000, if I am not over-exaggerating. If we add that of Gao line and then from the taste to it, then it means that we are running into several 100,000, because these areas are very populated. The households there, we are talking of a household not less than about 7 or between 7 and 10 people. So you can imagine, these are highly or densely populated areas of the municipality. So the people who have really been, the people who have become stranded today are really many, so many people. And so there should be some sort of intervention to bring respite to these people.
Yes, Akwesi, your area is not too far from the Weja area. Have you picked up any information with regards to the spillage announced by the NADMO and the Ghana Water Company Limited?
Nana, so what I am gathering from the immediate communities along the Bensu River is that the situation is not that serious, even though the level of the Densu River remains high. But we still have pockets of flooding situations in some of the communities along the river. And these are places that are usually known to be at the risk of flooding. And so it's not quite new, except that the calls we are receiving from the community are those that are filled with frustration and disappointment on the part of authorities because they feel that something has been done by this situation. Away from the Densu River, we do know that places like Ashbred and then the Amalina area of Block Factory also receive some sort of flood waters in their homes. And the situation keeps worsening. It is highly possible that at this point, it wouldn't even become possible for people to continually dwell in their homes. They may have to be finding alternative homes. And you can imagine what will become of those who have no other alternative. Already, remember we put out a report just a few weeks ago that quite a number of residential owners have abandoned their homes. So the situation keeps getting worse, and then the earlier we map out a strategy to deal with this situation, the better for all of us as a country, and then more importantly, as citizens and residents of these flood-risk areas. Nana, there's another area that needs critical attention from authorities in the Gas South municipality, and this is the Nsonano Peace Town area. In fact, the situation there, when I spoke to some members of the community quite recently, really appears to be dire, and they are really requesting for help. As of now, they are yet to have the presence of emergency responders, including NADMO in that particular community, to ensure that those who have been trapped in their homes would be rescued. It becomes impossible for people to move out of the community to safe havens like English amongst them, and even to nurses' quarters as a result of the situation we're currently dealing with, Nana.
Another area that is mostly affected whenever it pours for so long is the toll booth area, and of course all the I'm not sure if I can qualify it as mud, but the sand that flows from uphill to the toll booth area and the traffic that it creates around that stretch. What information do you have regarding this area?
Nana, we are not having too much problem to deal with at the toll booth area. Yes, there has been some amount of spills that have covered portions of the stretch, but this is better than what we have witnessed in previous times. The only situation that we are currently dealing with and where we continue to be receiving complaints from is the Osiadan area. But in the morning, from the morning at around 5 a.m. until around 3 p.m., we continue to receive complaints about vehicles struggling to move on this stretch, on the toll booth Old Barrier stretch of the N1 highway. And so that is the situation. I'll add that, just before the Kaswa toll booth, that is if you're heading towards the east, that is heading towards Accra. That is the Tuba community on the other side of the hill. In the morning, I was taking signals from the community that the entire stretch had gotten flooded as a result of the high volumes of water that was running from the hill onto that particular stretch. And that stretch has really become completely unmotorable. For a journey that would have taken you about 5 minutes, it's now taking over 25 to 30 minutes to really do that particular journey. And people were really struggling with transportation because today, for instance, taxis and other mediums of transportation were not operating on that stretch, and so people really got stranded. And we do also know for a fact that there is a canal that links that part of the community to the Densu Basin. And that canal was to serve for irrigation purpose. we do know that previously the Tuba areas were all farming land and people converted into residential areas. So that canal has also become heavily sheltered, and so it contributed to flooding in that particular area as well.
Akwesi, during periods like this, one of the concerns and issues we see are issues of transportation. You look at the flooding which has taken place today and people who use public transport. What is the situation like in your area, within the Kaswa area? Do you have a number of people who have been left stranded looking for transport, or because the rain started early and people were kept home, there are no issues with transportation as we speak?
Nana, so it's Monday, and it's typically because people are aware that the traffic situation on this road is very hectic. People resort to leaving their homes early, so by 4 or 5 a.m. people are already on their way to work. Some people left Kaswa around 5 a.m. As at 8, they hadn't crossed the SCC Junction area. So quite a number of them had to return to their homes without going to work today. Nana, I could walk from the English Yamanfrom Junction to the Okudu River. This is about close to 200 meters. And yet, I did not meet any vehicle on this trek. And this is very unusual. This is one of the most important routes in West Africa and in Ghana, for that matter. So if I could walk this journey and still could not meet a single vehicle on the stretch, it tells you that today the road really fell into complete silence. There were people lined up at the various bus stops, vehicles, to embark on journeys, and yet they could not find vehicles, so some of them had to return back home. The few vehicles that were operating also would come, and then the passengers were really packed in those vehicles. There were some areas where people struggled to really commute, and then drivers took advantage to increase transport fares. So, for instance, from Nyanyano to Kaswa, they used to charge around 7 cedis and at most 10 cedis. But today, I take signals that drivers were charging beyond 20 Ghana cedis, and some were even doing 30 Ghana cedis. On the Transport City, Opekuma, Kaswa area, it will take you roughly 6 Ghana cedis if you decide to rely on a taxi. But today, we are learning that some drivers were charging between 30 and then 50 Ghana cedis per passenger, because the commercial transport operators or drivers who decided to work today were really few. So it's really, the flooding situation has really had a very, impactful, it's really impacted transportation in this area also.
Akwesi, thank you so much. Thank you so much for speaking to us, and we wish you well. Please stay safe. As I've always mentioned, it's important that you keep away from the floodwaters and you stay safe out there. You're listening to us on 97.3 City FM and watching us on Channel 1 Television. This is our special coverage of the flooding in Accra on Monday, June 29, 2026. I am Nana Tufo-Boateng. I'm here with Fred Tete Jabano, and we're bringing you reports on the various areas that have been affected by the flooding situation. Then, of course, we're engaging duty bearers on what actions have been taken. The rescue operation that is currently underway will be going back to Circle Odona to update you on what the situation there is. But we'd like to engage the Deputy Director General for Operations at the Ghana Meteorological Agency, Dr. Ignatius Kweku Williams. Doc, good evening. Thank you for your time, and welcome once again.
Thank you for having me once again, Nana.
Very well. Many Ghanaians received weather alerts before the rains, but in your assessment, why did the flooding become so severe?
I think looking at when the rainfall started, especially sometime last night and into earlier this morning, being the intensity and also the nature of the duration of the rainfall. Once it was falling for a longer period, there's always an increased flood risk because at a point the ground gets saturated, it's no longer penetrating, and so it's no longer penetrating at the rate at which it should, so the rest is going to literally flow on the surface, and that was typical of what happened today.
Well, let's do a breakdown. So let's look at the number of hours of rainfall that we've witnessed, how much rainfall fell during the event, and how unusual was it compared to previous years?
So looking at what we've seen so far, especially for since yesterday and today, and comparing it to the previous years, I'm just trying to pull out a few figures here. Normally, we have what we call the long-term mean, which is a comparison of an average of all the rainfall that you typically see, that we've seen between 1990 and 2020. So if you look at Accra, you are looking at a long-term mean of 190 millimeters, as compared to, let's say, parts of Tema also that you are seeing a long-term mean of around 183 millimeters. And what we saw just between these number of hours between yesterday and today far exceeded just even the long-term mean for the monthly averages. And that is why we are in the situation that we're seeing ourselves today. So if you're looking at, let's say, Accra alone, and what we do is that normally the rainfall is recorded within a certain time window. So it goes between 9 a.m. the previous day into 9 a.m. the next day. So what we recorded within that period was around 169 millimeters for Accra and 173 millimeters for Tema.
Very well, Doc. Now, obviously, this rainfall was within your forecast, but did it exceed your expectations?
I must be honest, yes, it did. Because if you look at what was happening even during the entirety of the day, we were not seeing extreme or heavy rainfall in parts of the Accra. It's just that it was very prolonged, and that was what was causing the particular issue. Although with it also comes certain risks of the impact of this rainfall falling. So you don't just look at the likelihood of the rainfall going to happen, but you also look at the potential impact when it is prolonged, and that is the effect of what we are seeing today.
Right. Let's look at early warning systems. How does the Ghana Meteorological Agency disseminate weather warnings to Ghanaians?
Okay, so currently the Ghana Meteorological Agency, we disseminate via numerous channels. The first one is our website, meteo.gov.gh, and under our services, if you look at our homepage, we've got all our services in there. So particularly of importance to the general public is the public weather forecast, which is produced by our Central Analysis and Forecast Unit. So every time when you go onto our forecast, you are supposed to see this here. We also take advantage of the WhatsApp platform, which is very popular across the country. So we have about 5 different WhatsApp groups. It's called Let's Talk Weather. And based on that, we have loads and loads of subscribers who are on that. We also have a WhatsApp channel in case you're not able to get into any of those groups. We also have a Telegram channel. We have a TikTok channel. We have an Instagram channel. And then we have a channel also on X, as well as a YouTube channel as well. So these are all means by which we put out information to the public. In addition to that, we have a number of radio stations and TV stations like yourself, like what we are doing now, who gets in touch with us from time to time to be able to get updates. And most often these people would call very early in the morning between 5:30 and 6:30 a.m. to be able to get the weather forecast updates. And recently, I think at the latter part of last year, we also integrated our weather warnings, which we call the Common Alerting Protocol, or the CAP alerts, into various global platforms. So as of now, when we issue weather alerts or weather warnings also, you can receive this on Google Public Alerts. It will normally display if you are within the affected region also in Google Maps. It's on several applications as well. So we have the Faster application, which is available on the Play Store, as well as the Meteo Blue. And these are very famous weather and observation platforms that are used worldwide. So if you go to Meteo Blue and windy.com also, whenever we issue an alert, it should pop up in there. And because we are also a member of the World Meteorological Organization, every alert that we put out also pops up on the WMO Severe Weather platform. And just to add on to that, when we launched our seasonal forecast in February this year, the minister also directed the National Communications Authority to be able to integrate this particular alert within together with the telcos. And we've had several meetings, and this is something that we are jointly working on together with the National Communications Authority to make sure that this early warning also via telcos, via emails, as well as other means also goes live very soon.
Doc, how do we monitor same? I'm asking because I'd like to know if you believe enough people are getting these alerts and acting on them.
Unfortunately, and this is what we are trying to raise the awareness on. We've been doing this, but we more or less like take a month, which is in March, the Meteorological Awareness Month, to be able to engage and educate people on most of these platforms. Unfortunately, because Ghana doesn't really bear the brunt of extreme weather hazards, we often take weather issues for granted, because the worst thing that can happen to me is probably I'd get drenched from some rainfall. But we forget that when it exceeds a certain threshold, these are some of the issues that could pop up, especially when it has to do with issues of flooding. But we still encourage people to follow our channels, and we also encourage especially the media to be able to propagate our information to the public. Last year, we did a specific training for the media where we brought people from different media houses just to be able to understand our weather forecast and to be able to also communicate it. From time to time, we also engage with people. This year, we went to the Ashanti regional minister. We talked to some MCEs. We went to see the Oman Hene of Sunyani. We went to see the Western regional minister, amongst others. So these are all avenues in which we try to also at our end engage, but we would always encourage traditional media to be able to pick up some of this information, understand, and help us propagate that message.
Right. Doc, I'm here with Fred Tete Jabano. He's the head of current affairs. He also has a few questions for you, so kindly indulge us.
Yes, Doc.
All right.
As we speak, there are a number of people who are seeking or trying to salvage their properties. We still have floodwaters in homes of a lot of people. What is the forecast for this evening? Are we expected to see more rains, or this evening people can actually rest knowing that there will be no rains?
Okay, so based on the evening forecast that we just issued, I think roughly about an hour ago, we should still expect a high probability of rainfall from this evening into tomorrow. And like I said earlier, tomorrow there's also a high probability of similar rainfall happening. So again, I would use this opportunity to also engage people. Please, if even you don't know, just go on any of our social media handles. At X is Ghana Meteorological Agency. You'll be able to find some of this information there. So this information is for the next 24 hours, for the midweek, and also for the weekend. So you should be able to at least have a fair idea of what is going to happen during the entire week.
Doc, I'm going through your release this evening, and we are told that there'll be some thunderstorms or rains which would continue in parts of the northern sector. Can you tell us which part of the northern sector would witness this rains, and how intense would they be? Okay, so initially, I think in granting some of the interviews this afternoon, I did indicate that there was another storm that was moving between the eastern Ashanti towards the Bono East and parts of the northwestern region. As we speak now, it has moved a bit over the Bono and then the Bono East region. Parts of it are still trailing
over areas like Techiman, Kintampo, what you call it, Sunyani, and still moving westwards as we speak.
Finally, Doc, for a forecast for the week, we are told that we should expect a lot of rains this month and the coming month. Are we looking to see more rains during the week, or we are going to see less rains this week?
Okay, so we are likely to see rains of varying intensities, as I already mentioned. Within the next 24 hours, around the coastline, we should expect some occasional rainfall. Slightly north and towards the middle sector also, we should be able to be expecting some rainfall as well, and even towards the northern part of the country. So we are going to have a bit of widespread rainfall during different times of the day. During the midweek, we're also expecting occasional rainfall, but not at the intensity at which we were seeing today. And towards the weekend, we are expecting the intensities to increase a bit more towards the southern sector than in the north.
Doc, if you be kind enough to stay on for us, I need to make a quick stop at Ordona Circle, where rescue operations are currently underway. Let me touch base briefly with our correspondent there, and then I'll come back to you to engage more. I have a few more questions on institutional collaboration and public preparedness. So let me just do that stop real quick and come back. Grateful. Doc is the Deputy Director General in charge of operations at the GMET. Now I'm taking you to Ordona Circle. Charles Owusu-Kumi is my colleague. He is there. Charles, you earlier reported of one death, unfortunately. What else can you add to this? Hello, Charles.
Yes, if I can hear you.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm saying that earlier you reported of one death, unfortunately. What else can you report? Has the operation come to an end?
Well, yes, for the rescue operation to get people out of the flooded areas have come to an end. The disaster here is in twofold. There was the flooding of the whole area, which has receded. The flood waters have receded now. And then there is the other one, which is a fire incident at the Ordona market. Now, since morning, that fire has been raging because the fire service could not access the fire. Now, if they came here about 2 hours ago, you wouldn't even be able to stand there because this whole area, this whole place was flooded. And so the fire service were trying to use the canoes by the fishermen in the community to douse the fire. Now, that wasn't effective. So they had to wait for the flood waters to recede, and now they've had access to the fire, and now they are beginning to bring in their fire tenders to be able to put out the fire here. It's been raging since morning. Earlier when I was talking to you in the day, we had a huge blast which was emanating from the fire. Unfortunately, we cannot confirm what exactly that blast was, but what I can confirm to you is that the fire has been raging. The fire tenders, one is just leaving to, I think, to go and refill. There's another one here with fire officers currently working to douse this fire. And then you have some of the residents who have also gathered here to sort of witness what exactly is going on. If I can just engage the fire officers on what the plan is. Hello, Sam, are you in charge? Okay, but can you tell us a bit your operations here, the type of fire you're trying to control? You don't have the clearance to do so. Okay, that's fine. But you can see the smoke that's still billowing out of the market. Thick smoke billowing out of the market. You have a fire officer just entering the space. Now, the Member of Parliament, the Honorable Vanessa Rawlings, was here earlier. She was just here with the municipal chief executive for the area to sort of just console the people and to encourage them as the rescue efforts were ongoing. Unfortunately, Nana, I can say that during the rescue effort, one person was found dead. We're told that this person is just about a 30-year-old man who unfortunately was found dead in his home. He was a Muslim man, and so they brought in the Muslim ambulance to take him away. We weren't allowed to film him, of course. We weren't allowed to film that area. So, but I can confirm to you that one person was confirmed dead by the first respondents, the fire service, the National Disaster Management Organization, the Ghana Police Service, and the people from the Ghana Maritime Authority together who were working to rescue people from the flood. Like I said, the next part of today's exercise is to try and control this fire. I'm joined here by the fire officer in charge of today's operation, who will just tell us briefly what the team is expected to do and has already begun doing here. Hello, sir. Welcome to Channel 1 TV. What's your name and what's your designation?
Right. My name is Idmo One. Public Relations Department, Ghana National Parliament.
Okay. Tell us about what you started doing. I know you had some difficulties earlier to try and navigate the floodwaters to bring your staff tenders here. Now you have been able to do that. Tell us about the work you are doing here.
Right. So what we are doing is this morning we wanted to get an access to this place, and because of the flood, we were not able to get to this place. But about an hour ago, the flood came out. We need to move our appliances. So currently we have about 3 appliances, 4 for one. So in firefighting, we have what is known as fire has been confined, fire under control, and finally extinguished. It's not able to do to the confined. The confined is that the fire will not be able to do to the left or to the right. After now, you cannot say the fire has been confined. What we are trying to do is try and fight the fire, ensure the other market areas that the fire has not been started there. So that's what we are trying to do now, is to fight the fire.
How much of an impact has your inability to reach this place earlier had on your operations?
Yeah, so in this case, as a firefighter, you have some kind of training for the people here. At the point, most of us, if you didn't have the use to enter, you to fight the fire. Well, that is the main need the first year. We have to fight the fire. But coming here and realizing that the bill has been flooded, and we, at the point, the moment will come to and say that, oh God, we never want to move in the one. And then you're like, Madam, there's no way that we will do it at the back. Hopefully, we are doing it. Okay, so what we are trying to do here is we are using folk concentrate. So it's not every fire that we use water. People were trying to say that, why is it that it's still raining, but we are not doing the fire is still on. Yeah, so they are here in the plastic area. So they're doing this rubber thing. And that one, another chemical there, we have extinguisher, this one. Selling people in the market. So using only water to fight the fire will not be sufficient. So we are using what is known as home concentrate. That will help us to fight it.
Yeah, we had a blast earlier. That will be one of the gas cylinders, I presume. So you think that it's plastic, and what else?
Yeah, we have plastic, so that those rubber bowls, the bottles that those who have been selling beverages normally those rubber bottles, plastic bottles, they have some confirmed that some things that they sell in the it's a mixed market, it's not registered. But the plastic about 50%.
Okay. So you are not using just water, you are using other chemicals.
We are using a food content.
Okay. You have enough of those?
Yes, we have.
Okay, you said you had called for reinforcement.
Additional pump. So in this firefighting, it's not limited for about 3 appliances. Looking at the nature of this fire here, 3 appliances are not fight fire. So it's good for us. Currently, more water tankers have been supplied to the CPS fire. And hopefully, pray that by the grace of the man, we're done with everything.
Which is to confine it or to control it?
Oh, to confine, for now, the confine cannot use this time. But we are, the more we see, when we kind of look at it, the more we are trying to find a fire, see more food coming in. So, well, you are there. So you cannot be time and let it go for that. But this you can look at it.
By daybreak, you would have put it out.
I'm guessing we are praying that and hopeful that we will fire. And we have to be optimistic.
And you have all these people here. Isn't their presence a worry to you? Are you not worried by their presence? It doesn't impede your work in any way?
For now, we are here. They are just business. This is not a situation that you see people trying to throw stones and because they know the work. This morning I was going around looking at the way people have now come to a realization point that fire sector what is not easy. But when you go here looking at the but during the early in the morning we had that challenge. You tell them to move, but all of them the people mentioned that maybe if we are diverse, allow it to move, so we know we need to go inside. So that was the challenge we had them. But this is not hard that just we are just here witnessing it, but it's not hard any kind of using this foul word or not. So we are doing that.
All right, thank you very much. So the gentleman from the past in charge of the operations yesterday speaking to us about how they intend to douse this fire which has been raging since morning. Like I said earlier, they had difficulties reaching the fire. Now the floodwaters have all receded, so they have the access and they have three fast tenders there. They have called for reinforcements because they believe that they cannot fight this fire with just 3 fire tenders. So this is the Modona market. This area is predominantly made up of plastic sellers. There are other traders also here, but predominantly it's traders in plastic who occupy a big section of the market. So the fire service is still working to see if they can control the fire. He tells us that they're hopeful that by close of day, by the end of today, early tomorrow morning, they would have been able to put out the fire.
Charles, before you go on, let's go back to the work of NADMO. You tell us that the rescue mission is over. We know that based on the floods witnessed today, a number of people have been displaced. The question is, have you seen any relief efforts being given out? There are people who may not have places to sleep this evening. There are people who may not get something to eat this evening and going into tomorrow. Have you seen NADMO doing anything to help such people?
Well, unfortunately, I spoke to the Deputy NADMO Director, Teddy, earlier, but I asked him about relief items for those who need them at the moment. Well, he said that the very first thing they're doing now as NADMO is to assess the situation, collect data, and then when they are done with that, they'll be able to know who needs what before they bring them to the effort. So currently, I have not cited any relief items being given to any of the victims of this flooding incident. Let me mention that, Nana, on our way here, we saw a lot of people on the circle overhead. Beneath the overhead is where business happens. So you have the main lorry station. You have traders, and some of whom even live there. So that whole area was flooded as at the time we got here hours ago. So they had to move up to the overhead itself to go and get some refuge on top of that. So that's what I asked him. But these people, they need help. They need some blankets. They need some sheets to be able to keep warm. But he said the main priority for NADMO presently is to collect data, to go around and see the extent of damage and collect data. And then later, they will return with the relief items for the people.
Right. Charles, for those watching us on TV, we're showing live pictures of the situation. We can still see In fact, the raging fire and the thick smoke billowing into the clouds were given a description so that those listening to us on radio 97.3 City FM can have an idea of what is happening. Now we see a number of the community people also there. Indeed, the floodwaters are receded because about an hour or so ago, all this place was inundated with floodwaters. It had to take the emergency response agencies, canoes and boats to actually move into the community to rescue the trapped persons. Now, we're seeing that the floodwaters have receded, but there are a number of community people getting close to where the fire is. How difficult or otherwise is this making the work of the fire service?
Hello, Nana.
Hello, Charles. I'm asking that the increasing number of people who are getting close to where the fire is, how difficult or otherwise is it making the work of the fire service?
Well, yeah. Well, presently, so they are standing some meters away from the fire, standing some meters away from the fire service. Actually, fire service gentleman in charge, well, he says they've not really had any problems with the residents here. In some parts, the fire service have complained about the intrusion of residents and how they've been attacked by the citizenry. Well, that they've not had an incident like that yet. It's just people standing, looking and watching as they go about with their duties. They've not intruded in their work. They've not had any difficulties with them. Hopefully, that stays the same so that they'll be able to do what they're supposed to do. He says that he's happy about the fact that the Ghanaian people are now beginning to understand the work of the fire service, that it is a difficult job, and so they understand them a bit more. The issues about fire service bringing fire tenders to fire scenes without water and all of that. Well, this time around they do have water, and they have other chemicals that they are using to control the fire.
Earlier, we saw a joint effort, a collaboration between the various security agencies in that rescue operation. That you say has ended. However, I want to find out: are the other agencies collaborating with the fire service in fighting this fire? Do we still have the NADMO around? There's the Ghana Armed Forces around. Are they all contributing to the work of the Ghana National Fire Service at this moment?
Well, I see some folks in the Ghana Maritime Authority vest they used earlier for the flood operation. This is just predominantly a fire service operation. I do not see the military around, nor the police, or even NADMO officers.
They've just left the fire service to do their job. They're not here. There's no NADMO, there's no police, there's no maritime or authority guys here. It's just the fire service who have been allowed to do their job. Hopefully they will be able to, like they've promised us, they will be able to bring the fire under containment, then under control, and then hopefully they will be able to put it out completely by tomorrow morning, as we have been promised.
Very well. Charles, thank you so much. Charles Owusu Kumi is my colleague here in the Channel 1 newsroom as well as the City newsroom, bringing us a report from Seko Odona, where the rescue mission by the Joint Emergency Response Team has ended. Floodwaters have receded. And so now the Ghana National Fire Service has been able to access the area that had been engulfed in fire early on in the day. Recall that we've been reporting that the plastic market at Udona had caught fire as early as 8 a.m. today. However, the Ghana National Fire Service was unable to access the seat of the fire because floodwaters had obstructed them and they couldn't drive to the seat of the fire. We understand the floodwaters have receded now, as you can see on your screens, and so the Ghana National Fire Service has moved in to fight that particular fire, and we'll be monitoring closely to bring you updates from there. Dr. Ignatius Kweku Williams, the Deputy Director General for Operations at the Ghana Meteorological Agency, is still on with us. Doc, so grateful to you for your time and your patience. Well, we're grateful that you stayed on with us, but we just want to find out about institutional collaboration and how closely the GMET works with organizations such as NADMO, the Hydrological Services, and other agencies or institutions.
Yes, thank you, Nana, once again. I think GMET, we've been doing our bit to be able to collaborate as much as we can with the relevant institutions. In fact, if you go to other countries, the Met and the Hydrological Services are grouped as one, as a National Meteorological and Hydrological Service. So you normally have them working in tandem. This year, what we did was that even before we released our seasonal forecast, we had experts from the Agrimet Regional Center, which is a regional climate center in Niger, come to Accra to train our staff on the objective seasonal forecasting, and that is based on which we were able to generate our seasonal forecast for this year. And in doing that also, we had participation from the Ghana Hydrological Authority, who were also part of this entire process to be able to come out with the seasonal forecast. With respect to NADMO, I think NADMO is a very key and critical agency when it comes to disaster risk mitigation and also reduction. And we've been working also closely together with them. I remember a couple of weeks ago, we had a training for their staff just to understand the seasonal forecast and also to understand the public weather information that we put out. So we trained, I think, about 20 of their staff in being able to understand and interpret weather forecasts and alerts when they come out. So all in all, I should say that this collaboration between the institutions is there and has been very strong. I remember again in March, we paid a visit to the Ashanti region, and we did a whole presentation for the NADMO Directorate in the Ashanti region as to what they should expect with the incoming rains and weather. So wherever we go, depending on their availability, and I mean they are always available to receive us and also take the information that we have to present to them. So the collaboration has been almost superb.
Doc, is there a need for a more integrated national flood early warning system?
I think to say is there a need, yes, but I think there are efforts already being made, although there are some hiccups that are sort of delaying the realization of some of these things, because we have a couple of projects and also a couple of initiatives that have already started. The GARID project is one of them, which sits under the Ministry of Works and Housing, which the Ghana Hydrological Authority plays a very key part of this. And through that, there's the Fuse Accra, which is an early warning system, which has been delivered. There are only some logistical challenges when it comes to some of these things, like providing the observation equipment, and which are a bit lacking. So it's also more or less makes the work of GMET a bit difficult when you have to predict such situations. And because of that, you are not able to properly quantify what you're seeing, although we would give the predictions, but at times you just need a bit fine-tuning and ground or in-situ data to be able to get the best out of the predicted models, and also for you to see whether those predicted models are also reliable enough for you to be able to take action on them.
Very well. On a matter of public preparedness, what practical steps should residents take when the GMET issues these weather warnings, especially regarding heavy rainfall?
Unfortunately, because of the way that we have positioned ourselves, the way that we have developed, and also sort of isolated ourselves when it comes to the urban areas in Accra. It's almost as if you are given a warning, but people literally have no option because, I mean, it started raining as early as 11 p.m. in certain areas. But it is one thing getting the warning, but also what are you doing? Where are you going to? So we should also create that relationship with other people, always have an emergency contact, someone who can check up on you, someone that you can flag in case you need assistance or you need help. We should be able to build that sort of collaboration and that sort of family values also, because a lot of people might be living in areas and their families do not even know what's happening to them. So it is good also that you have that sort of checkup on family members who exist in such situations. But it's also important that you identify the risks associated to where you live, especially, let's say, in areas downstream of the Wager Dam. Once you live in certain areas, once rainfall becomes heavy, Wager more or less is getting full. You should expect that once there's a spillage, something is going to happen. So you should be able to also identify certain hotspots that you should be able to move to when you are getting some of this information as a traveler. And that's why I always say, now we are generating forecasts 4 times daily. We bring one at midnight and another one at 5 a.m. in the morning to be able to facilitate your travel and your plans. You need to be able to consult some of this information, because once you know there's been heavy downpour within certain areas, you definitely know that certain areas are going to be flooded. So it should help in how you should be able to even plan your routes when you have to do very necessary or essential travel, and would advise that most stakeholders do that. In an engagement with the GPRTU, I think just about last week or 2 weeks ago, we did highlight some of these indications, but they also did bring back to us that the challenge is that most of these operators are private. So these are certain times where also they feel that there's more or less like a reduction in the amount of vehicles on the road. So they also need to make sales, that's the word. So people go in there, charge exorbitant amounts to be able to ferry or carry people to locations where there's the absence of transportation, further putting lives and property also at risk. So we need to be able to be a bit discerning when it comes to some of this information and plan accordingly.
Doc, there are people who say that the way you put out your communication is a bit complicated and quite difficult to understand. Will you consider making these communications much easier for the common man or person on the street to understand when you put out? So you can put out a forecast which indicates that there's some partly cloudy something, there's a mist and all that. Is it possible you could make these communications much easier and clearer for people to know and understand?
Yes, I mean, we appreciate the feedback, and we've been doing a user survey. And one of the things that we identified is that people do struggle a bit because you've got different classes of people, different backgrounds and different education levels who all interpret the forecast a bit differently. So in as much as we're trying to do some education on how to interpret the forecast, we're also putting in measures to be able to understand or create an easier to understand forecast for different categories of people. So if you've noticed on our social media quite recently, and I'm very happy also that Channel One is one of the first people we engaged, and you people have expressed much interest to be able to carry out some of this information. We've now also converted some of this information into videos and symbols where we are hoping that people will be able to identify much with, irrespective of educational background. Symbols are more or less universal, so people should be able to understand. And we are currently piloting them on our social media platforms. So I'm guessing probably this evening you would have seen more or less like a video format of our forecast, which would be playing on either TikTok or Instagram or X.
Doc, thank you so much. I know there's so much more we can engage in. There's a matter of climate change and the like, misconceptions with weather reporting and the like. But we'll find time to engage further on these matters. Thank you so much. We're grateful for your time today.
We're always available. And
Dr.
thank you so much.
Very well, grateful. Have a good evening. Dr. Ignatius Kweku-Williams is a Deputy Director General for Operations at the Ghana Meteorological Agency. Now, there's a statement here from the Ministry of Works and Housing and Water Resources, and it's on the matter of flooding in the capital. It's on the letterhead of the ministry, and it's titled Press Release, Government Intensifies Response to Flooding, Calls for Public Cooperation. And it says, fellow citizens, this afternoon, I accompanied the President of the Republic, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, and other members of the Anti-Flood Task Force on a tour of the affected areas from the long hours of rainfall into the afternoon of today, 29th June 2026. The tour helped us to once again validate the causes of flooding in the affected areas and an evaluation of the remedial solutions being considered. Since 27th June 2026, Accra, Tema, and surrounding areas have experienced sustained heavy rains, leading to widespread flooding that has affected homes, businesses, and public infrastructure, particularly in low-lying areas, and disrupted economic and social activities. Now, on behalf of the Government of Ghana and the Ministry of Works, Housing and Water Resources, I express my sympathy to all individuals, families, and communities affected by the flooding. We fully appreciate the pain, disruption, and economic hardship that these events will impose on households, traders, transport operators, and businesses. To those who have suffered losses, we wish to assure you that government remains fully committed to supporting relief, recovery, and reconstruction efforts. The current situation once again highlights the growing challenges posed by extreme weather patterns, rapid urbanization, and increasing pressure on drainage infrastructure. While climate variability continues to intensify rainfall events, the impact of human activities, particularly encroachment on waterways, indiscriminate waste disposal, and non-compliance with planning regulations cannot be overstated. I beg your pardon. Now, addressing this persistent challenge requires shared responsibility among public institutions, local authorities, traditional leaders, businesses, and all citizens. Sustainable flood management can only be achieved when we collectively protect waterways, maintain proper sanitation, and adhere strictly to land use and environmental regulations. In response to the ongoing emergency, the ministry, through the Ghana Hydrological Authority, is working closely with the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council, Metropolitan, Municipal and District Assemblies, MMDAs, security services, and other stakeholders to implement immediate response measures. These interventions include the deployment of emergency response teams, evacuation support where necessary, the provision of relief items to displaced persons, ongoing assessments of damaged infrastructure, and intensified drainage clearing activities in critical flood-prone locations. Over the past few weeks, the Greater Accra Regional Coordinating Council, in collaboration with MMDAs, has undertaken extensive enforcement operations across the city to address activities that contribute to flooding. These actions have focused on removing illegal structures and obstructions along drainage channels, waterways, wetlands, and other critical natural water retention areas. The ministry will continue to work with all relevant authorities to intensify and sustain these enforcement efforts, particularly in protecting waterways and preserving natural drainage systems. And he signs off by saying, together through collective responsibility, discipline, and adherence to safety measures, we can significantly reduce the effects of flooding, safeguard lives and livelihoods, and build safer, more resilient communities for present and future generations. May God bless our homeland Ghana and make our nation great and strong. And it's signed by the Minister for Works, Housing and Water Resources, the Honorable Kenneth Gilbert Ejay. So that's the statement from the Ministry of Works and Housing.
Nana, there's also a statement from the Methodist Church of Ghana, and it says a message for prayer, the message of prayer, compassion.
This from the Methodist Church.
The Methodist Church of Ghana. A message of prayer, compassion, and support. Our thoughts and prayers are extended to all who are affected by the deluge of parts of Accra as a result of the rains. I pray that help will come quickly for those trapped in various locations and those who have lost valuables. Our ministers are encouraged to provide whatever material and physical support they can mobilize for those needing help, including where needed, opening up church facilities to house those needing temporary accommodations. May the Lord be with his people in their distress. Blessings, signed by the Most Reverend Professor Johnson K. Asamoah-Gyedu, presiding bishop of the Methodist Church, Ghana.
Very well. Let's go to Circle Odona once again. We understand the fire is raging high. An assistant divisional officer of the Ghana National Fire Service with the Public Relations Department, Alex King Nati, joins us once again to give us some updates on that particular fire. Kenati, thank you so much for your time. We see from the videos that we're showing to our viewers that the blaze is really high. So what challenges are you facing now compared to previously when the floodwaters prevented your men from accessing the seat of the fire?
So thanks again for having me. So what the difference between then and now is that now we are making progress.
Right.
Now we've been able to gain access to the seat of the fire. Initial efforts proved a bit difficult because we couldn't get access to the seat of fire, and so it proved to make our work a bit difficult. The good news is that since the rain came down, the flood waters also subsided, thereby making it possible for us to get closer to the scene. So as I talk to you, rigorous firefighting is underway. And I'm hoping that within the next few hours, we should be able to extinguish the fire totally.
Well, we understand this is a plastic market, and clearly the substance or the materials available there will, if like, aid the spread of the fire. So how rapid has this been?
Well, the fire has spread quite rapidly. And looking at the fact that you rightly said, is a rubber factory, and rubber is easily spread, and so the spread is what we are containing. As of now, we've been able to contain successfully, and we are just hoping that we should be able to bring down the flames. We've been able to call in for what we call breathing apparatus or BA system, because when you're extinguishing a fire involving rubbers, the kind of toxic fumes that come out or that emanate as a result of the extinguishing is quite dangerous. And so as firefighters, we're also treading cautiously. As much as we want to save lives of people, we don't want to do anything that would end up putting the life of our firefighters in danger. And so trust me, we are the team, and now the difference is that progress has been made.
In your estimation, how soon can you bring the fire under control, if not douse it entirely?
I'm sure definitely before midnight. Definitely before midnight. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I can say that definitely before midnight. Looking at the kind of efforts our regional commander himself is there taking operational command, so I can assure you that definitely before midnight, I'm sure we should be able to put the fire under control, if not to totally extinguish it.
Is this as a result of how widespread it is?
Yes, because of how widespread it is, and looking at the kind of material that we are dealing with, the plastic materials that we are dealing with, extinguishing fires like that, honestly, is no joke. It's no joke, and it takes a lot of concerted effort to be able to extinguish. It takes a lot of concerted effort to be able to extinguish fires like that. And so, and then again, we've not gained full access. It's worth mentioning that we've not gained full access. We've been able to gain some access to be able to get through, despite the persistent challenge of the accessibility. So all that would obviously contribute to the delayed extinguishing of the fire, but trust me, we will be able to do it within a few hours' time, I'm sure.
Right, and as a result of the fire, I want to believe that if like electricity connection to the area has been taken off or taken down, it's almost dark. Impede your work?
Well, we don't mind the darkness, I should say, because at the end of the day, we are looking more at being able to save lives and then prevent any casualties during firefighting. And so the light was taken off in the morning, and when we finally gained access and we were fighting a fire, we still informed ECD to keep the light off so that we're able to prevent any casualties, be it civilian or firefighter casualties. Once the fire is not under control, I think the lights can come on and people can be rest assured. But for now, the people, we would implore on people to look at the bigger picture where we are hoping to save a lot of lives and property. So they should bear with us as we work hard. And I'm sure that once the fire is under control, light will be restored.
Mr. Nate, in our usual market settings in Ghana, you would usually find people who reside in the markets. Have you picked up any information on whether people reside in this market and whether they were still there as of when the fire started?
Well, the information is quite scanty because it's a factory that has to do with robbers. I'm sure obviously they will have security men who might be there. A factory like that or a place like that would obviously have some people who might be sleeping over. And so for now, I can't tell concretely if truly there were one or two people, but obviously there will be some people there like the security, a few workers here and there. And so I'm sure once we finish fighting the fire and in our investigation, all this information will come to bear.
One of the difficulties you usually face when you're fighting such fires are people or the public coming around the scene of the fire trying to help you or either view or take a look at what is happening. In this particular situation, are you finding such difficulties? Do you have a number of people there? Are they impeding your work? And how are you dealing with it?
So looking at, yes, we have some people there. Obviously, with a place like this that employs a lot of people, some of the workers, some of the people in the area would want to join in, some with good intent, some with malicious intent. But either way, we can't leave any stone unturned. And so we've been able to get our brothers, the police, who are there at the scene to help us with crowd control. So thankfully to our brothers, the police, our work is being done quite easily, devoid of any interruptions or attacks from people around.
Right. Alex Kenati, thank you so much for your time and of course, the updates you have given us regarding that fire at Seko Udona. ADO1 Alex Kenati is with the Ghana National Fire Service, the Public Relations Department of the Ghana National Fire Service. Now, when the flooding began this morning, the Minister in charge of Energy, Dr. Jinapo, communicated that due to rising water levels, the Malam substation had to be temporarily shut down. Subsequently, GRIDCO and ECG issued a joint statement announcing that the Achimota substation, as well as the Malam substation, as alluded to by the minister earlier, had been shut down. The public relations officer, or if like spokesperson for the Ministry of Energy, Richmond Roxon, joins us now via telephone. Mr. Roxon, good evening and thank you for your time.
Good evening to you and thank you for the opportunity.
How long will the transformers remain shut?
We all know that since about 3 or 4 a.m. this dawn, it's been raining really heavily in Accra. Actually, the whole city has come to a standstill. And so the ministers for Interior have communicated this thing the presidency as well also communicates that workers should stay at home if they don't need to be out. And so the floods have been really heavy. As until about 3-4 p.m., some areas were still experiencing the rainfall and had significant impact on electricity network in some areas. And so if we look at the early hours of today, the Honorable Minister, Dr. Chinapor, communicated that together with the power sector stakeholders, Achimota substation and then the Malam substation has flooded. And so as a way of precaution, we had to put it off. You know that when flood water rises, the effects we can have some effects on the underground cables. You have transformers also being affected. You have critical equipment also being affected. And so to safeguard lives, property, and the energy infrastructure itself, we would have to temporarily put it off to ensure that we don't have any further damage. We know it will cause inconvenience to people, and so we apologize for that. But the most important point at this time will be to ensure that public safety, that's our highest priority. And so the engineers have been going around, they've been doing inspection, they've been checking on the equipment to ensure that as and when it's safe and sound, you will have power being restored. And so some areas that originally had their power off have currently had the restoration of power. Others are still going through the process. Restoration normally will not be immediate. It won't be one of that you turn on the switch for everywhere to come on. Because first you must ensure that even the flood waters have receded. You have to ensure that the equipment are thoroughly inspected. You have to ensure that the areas, you don't have any broken poles, you don't have any cables lying on the floor. Because if you have cables of that nature, high tension cables on the floor, and then you end up with on the lights, because of the rains and the water, you may end up causing some disaster. And so these checks are being done as we speak. They're being done thoroughly, area by area, to ensure that once these checks are completed, we will restore power to these areas. And so we urge the general public to exercise patience. We know it's a challenging period, but we want to assure everyone that the process is ongoing. And as soon as it's safe, the engineers give us clearance that the area is safe, definitely power will be restored, as has been done in certain areas.
Aside safeguarding the transformers, for which reason there's this temporary shutdown, was any installation or facility impacted or affected by the flooding today?
Yes, the Malam substation as well as the Achimota substation. Earlier we shared videos of Achimota substation and what the flooding situation has been. And so they were impacted. What it means is that we'll have to ensure that the water recedes. You have to ensure that there's a thorough check of these facilities before you can energize them. Energizing them means we can bring them back to power. And so, yes, we've had some of these areas being impacted. Even on your channel, I saw that you had reported that part of our northern market had experienced some fires.
Indeed.
In situations like that, definitely can't also put on the power. You have to ensure that the fire service comes in of the fire. You check the extent of damage before any restoration can be done. And so, yes, it had significant strain on our infrastructure, but the engineers are working tirelessly, area by area, substation by substation, to ensure that it is safe and sound. And so please bear with us. It's for our own safety. We do not want to record any hazard or any disaster as a result of our haste in trying to restore power to these areas. And so please bear with us while we go through the process to ensure that you have power.
This is an unplanned for situation, but a question one may ask is that in situations like this, is there any backup plan?
What can be the backup plan? even if you are using renewable energy, even if you are using solar, or if you are using even batteries, and you are charged them at this point in time when it's been raining from 4 a.m. till now, definitely you wouldn't have enough storage to do that. And so it's difficult to talk about backup plan in situations like this, especially when you've had significant impact on practically the entire energy infrastructure. And so the backup would have been renewable, as some will say, but like I mentioned, even in that situation when you have the sun being out, you have rain being downpour for several hours, basically it will be very difficult to even have your battery storage to cover this long period of time. And so let's go through the period of restoration. But I'll plead with the people of Ghana on behalf of the Minister, Dr. Chinapo, that no one has an interest in ensuring that your area remains in darkness. We will do everything possible to make sure that power is restored. But as I said earlier, the paramount that is what is most important to us is public safety.
Right.
So anything we have to do, we have to take into consideration the safety of our citizenry, whether the customer or whether the personnel who is working in the energy space, and lives and property as well. And so once that is done, once the engineers give us clearance that is safe, we are sure that you have power restored.
Very well. Are you in a position to, share with us the areas that will be affected or have been affected?
At this point in time, I would have to check. What it is that the areas where normally you have that Motor substation and then Malam substation supply have been most affected. And so you're looking at part of Kaswa, you're looking at part of Bukwase, you look at the Tabora areas. When you come down, you look at part of Amasaman, and then also you have pockets of areas that have been affected. And so, but even within that substation, you have some areas that have seen restoration of power. And so we are doing it bit by bit to ensure that the areas are restored to power very soon.
Indeed, there's confirmation to that. We are getting messages coming in that that there's been some restoration in areas around Makati Hill, Gbawe, and Weja. So indeed, that's the confirmation there. So yes, the restoration is ongoing, as you have just mentioned. There's a message here that just came in specifically for you. It says, "Good evening, trust you're doing well. We are listening to you live. We can't purchase ECG power in Tema. I visited quite a number of vendors in Tema environs, but they all seem to have the same problem. Are we aware of any situation in Tema regarding the purchase of ECG power?"
At this fact, no. This is the first time this is coming to our attention. So we'll take it up as a team to look at it. And we've also said that once you have any peculiar issue, report it. Don't assume it's the rain. Yes, we recognize that the rain has affected lots of places. But please still call our customer service line 0302-611-611 and lodge your complaint, because it is possible that your area may have a peculiar challenge which may not be related to the rain, or there will be something that may affect your power supply. For example, there are times where, because of the nature of the rain, you have vegetation issues. You have trees breaking down. You have poles breaking down. Those are peculiar issues, and so please report it so that the team takes time to go around the area.
Kindly share the number again.
0302-611-611.
0302-611-611.
Yes.
Richmond Roxon, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you too for the time.
Richmond Roxon is the spokesperson for the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. Speaking to us there. The Public Utilities Regulatory Commission has also issued a statement that says PURC monitors supply of power interruption and restoration efforts by GRIDCO and ECG. The PURC wishes to inform the general public that it is closely monitoring the ongoing power interruptions by the Ghana Grid Company Limited, GRIDCO, and the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, as a result of the heavy downpour. The Commission is fully aware of this situation and is actively monitoring the the situation and its impact on consumers to see the best way out. And it goes ahead to list a number of issues, its commitment to quality service, and of course the fact that its own independent technical teams are on the field to assess the situation. So Fred, this is what we have to deal with. Floodwaters have receded at Circle Odona. However, the fire is still raging on. The Ghana National Fire Service is on ground and they are working to douse the fire. We've been given the assurance that by midnight, the fire should have been controlled, if not extinguished thoroughly. So we're looking forward to that. But of course, we'll have our cameras and our microphones there to update our viewers on Channel 1 television and our listeners on 97.3 City FM who have joined us for Eyewitness News, special coverage of the flooding situation in the capital, Accra. I am Nanatufo Boateng, and I've been doing this with Fred Tete Jabano. You heard from Charles Owusu-Kumi from Circle Odona and Hansen Ajiman from the Che Ado areas, Daniel Odro Mensah from Alajo, and a host of other reporters from several parts of the capital. Stay with us here on 97.3 City FM as well as Channel 1 TV. Have a good evening.